It says waiting for Boston Harbor.
And if you appear on YouTube on our video, you have to give us $50. It's just how we do it. Notoriety.
I'm getting waiting on the, that's normal, right? Michael, to see that we were live, you... Yeah, it just started. It's here. Oh, we got it. It's live. So now, let me, if you want to know what you can do, you can turn that off. Yes. Now you can set your shot. That's what I'd say. What do you think? There's a plan.
Going to be here?
No, it's at Boston Harbor. The link that I texted you will get you there right away. That's what this is what we wanted. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that's weird is the delay when you see yourself. I don't know. Let's not do anything. And then why don't you send me? Nice. Yeah, right? I mean, it's everything that you want. I'm going to stop this. That's your own fat camera. Impressive. We have you move out of the way. Okay? And will you just scream live from Boston Harbor and thanks to Save the Harbor? One more time.
Live from Boston Harbor.
And then thanks to Save the Harbor, Save the Day.
Thanks to Save the Harbor, Save the Day.
Have fun, we're live.
Yay.
See it there, see it? I'm coming on the first one. You okay? Listen, I'm going to stay on the first strip. Michael, you're welcome to stay all day. You are welcome to stay all day. I'm out of here. Chris may need somebody to practice. I'm sorry, accurate driving experience. Yeah, you should be. Again, I don't know. So, John, I want you to understand that all this stuff needs to go back to Save the Harbor. I don't know who's got it. Because he's what? Yeah. Is that everything? I'm going to take my computer with me. Hey, you have software that Team Viewer on your phone? Is that what you use? When you went right to the box, was it 2 viewers?
Yeah.
On your phone. So I'm going to get it. The only reason I brought that camera so that I'd have that because if I'd have 3 viewers, now I don't have to do that.
Hey, Mara!
Yeah, that's it. Right now, what I want to see is whether we have a steady stream from everywhere we go. That's so look. The way it gets packed up. This all right? This will fit in there. This will fit in here.
Kristen, make that call.
Cables come loose. The camera and the tripod are separate. And they get closed down. The one thing you need to know, just a warning, is that this pops off and shoots people if you're not careful. If it does, pick it up and put it in your pocket and throw it in the thing. Don't worry about it. You can, it's just the way it is. I can't fix it. I probably could, but I can't right now. Other than that, this is, I think, leave it alone for the entire trip. There's enough power to run for 24 hours. There's easy enough power to run for 24 hours.
All right, folks, we're getting ready to get underway. We pulled the gangway. There's no getting off the boat now. And in just a moment, the captain's going to hit the horn. So if you're up here on the top deck or outside on the boat, you want to beware of the horn. It's a bit loud. I don't want anyone jumping out of their skin or off the boat. We frown on that. Once we hear the horn, I'll get started. Mostly because I don't like to scream on the microphone. Chances are really good we're bigger than you are. So welcome to Save the Harbor, Save the Bay, our marine mammal safari. I was hoping we were going down to Bermuda, but the captain tells me we don't have enough time. So we're going to stay in the inner harbor of Boston, but I want everyone to keep their eyes peeled for any marine life you might see in the water. If you see a seal poking up out of the water, you got to yell real loud and start pointing so everyone around you can get in on the action. All right?
Point like this. I I'm demonstrating pointing.
Oh, I'm getting a demonstration up here on the top deck of pointing. You extend your arm out with all fingers extended, and you look very serious, but look like you're having a good time at the same time. And that's how we point on this boat. And you yell, seal, seal, or elephant, or giraffe, whatever you're seeing.
Which animal it happens to be, right?
It's better to be wrong than to keep it to yourself.
Yeah.
So while we are looking for all this wildlife that we hope to see, this is not a guaranteed sighting trip, but if we all keep our eyes peeled, hopefully we'll get lucky. But to fill in the spaces in between the sightings, yours truly will be doing some narration of some history here in Boston Harbor. My name is David Coffin, and I've been working on the harbor for about 22 years now. And so I know a little bit about the harbor. And if you have any questions, I'll be up on the top deck. I'm the incredibly handsome guy in the shades and the microphone. So don't be shy. So we're going to back out here, and as we get ready to back out, I want to just take this opportunity to thank Mass Bay Lines for hosting us on this trip. We're doing 3 trips today. And so we'll be getting a lot of people out on the harbor for harbor experience, all funded and paid for by the nonprofit organization Save the Harbor, Save the Bay. I stress the nonprofit. Different than me being the nonprofit. The IRS doesn't recognize me as a nonprofit. So any support you'd like to offer is always very welcome. So we're going to back out of what we call Rose Wharf. Rose Wharf got its name after the obvious. A guy named John Rowe used to own it, so they named it after him. Boston wasn't all that creative when it came to naming stuff. They sort of defaulted to the obvious, and you'll see that as we go around the harbor. The other thing you're going to see is an enormous amount of man-made land. In fact, you're going to hear me say that quite a bit. In fact, you'll be tossing in your sleep for the next week with that phrase in your mind. Man-made land, man-made land. Make it stop! So those are the 2 themes that I like to weave in and out of my tour. The man-made land around the city of Boston and the incredible naming strategy after the obvious. But as we back out here, if you're looking off to the left-hand side of the boat, that's the port side. And the front of the boat, we call that the bow. The back of the boat, we call that the stern. And the starboard, we call the right side, just to keep you on your toes. But off to the port side, you'll see this beautiful fixer-upper here. I'll sell that to you for, $20, $25. It can be yours. That's the old steam engine house that used to run the Northern Avenue Bridge, which you can see on the other side. It's incredibly broken, but fortunately it's stuck in the open position. And it's going to allow us to view down Fort Point Channel, which is home to Griffin's Wharf. Anyone know what happened on Griffin's Wharf on the night of December 16, 1773? Something about some tea or something, right? Yeah.
Well, you can see the
where we proved once and for all that we drink coffee here in Boston, not tea. Because the cry of the day, of course, was no taxation without representation. Thank you very much, Mad King George. If you look down under the bridge there, you can see the Boston Tea Party ships and museum. There were 3 Nantucket merchant ships, the Eleanor, the Dartmouth, and the Beaver. And the captain of the Beaver actually was an ancestor of mine, Hezekiah Coffin. And thankfully that was his name, not mine. But they came down on December 16th, 1773, and they dumped 92,000 pounds of tea into Boston Harbor. 92,000 pounds of something that weighs absolutely nothing. So one could legitimately say, that's a lot of tea. Oh, the groans are going. I love it. Thank you. They poisoned all the fish in the harbor. You couldn't fish these waters for about 6 months because, like us, fish don't like tea either. So they turned Boston Harbor into the world's largest teapot, proving once and for all that we here in Boston do not know how to make a decent cup of tea. Who knew, and back then who really cared? Just get out of town. And if you ask anyone visiting from the UK if they've had a decent cup of tea since they got here, the answer is always no, not even close. Because apparently, and who knew, but apparently you don't mix tea with cold, salty water. I mean, who knew? Who knew? So as we turn here, right in front of us, we're looking at the John Joseph Moakley Federal Courthouse, and that, of course, is where famed gangsta Whitey Bulger, or if you prefer, entrepreneur with a gun, his trial was held in this building. That building was designed by I.M. Pei, and in fact, he designed a couple of buildings in Boston, the JFK Library, and those two big apartment towers directly off the back of the boat, which are not much to look at, but he actually designed those as well. And the wave of glass in front of the courthouse is to represent one of two things. I'll let you decide. The wave of justice crashing over the city of Boston, or if you prefer, the transparency in our judicial system. Whichever one works for you. I'm easy. The building sits on Fan Pier, and going back to naming stuff after the obvious, it's a pier shaped like a fan. Back in the day, the railroad tracks used to fan out here, and you could get the railroad cars off the main tracks. So this had tracks all over it, all fanning out to the end of the pier here. The irony is that's not a pier, it's a wharf, and we'll get to the difference between a dock, a wharf, and a pier a little bit later on. Let's use that rusty iron bridge as a reference point. That bridge, by the way, was designed by a group of MIT students back in 1904. I think they were probably misbehaving MIT students. Probably weren't doing their homework, so they were sent to go design the slowest turnstile bridge in the country. And there it is. So slow, it's still open. It's actually broken, as I mentioned. Supposedly it's going to take $17 million to take that bridge down, which is probably why it's still there. But everything to the right of that bridge is Boston, and everything to the left of the bridge is Southie, or South Boston, if you prefer, but Southie if you lived here, or if you lived here as I did 350 years ago, you would have called this South Bay, because South Boston is entirely built on man-made land. There's that phrase again. You see, when the Puritans came here back in the 1630s, Boston was founded on what was known as the Shawmut Peninsula. It was this little spit of land that stuck out into what was then a massive harbor. But the Shawmut Peninsula was very rocky, not conducive to farming, so they turned around and they looked at the harbor and the bay and they said, fine, we'll farm that instead, meaning we'll become fishermen, and if you're going to go fishing, you need boats. So they became fishermen and shipbuilders, and all of that, of course, is waterfront commerce and business. So they had to build out the city of Boston to accommodate all that waterfront business. The Shawmut Peninsula just wasn't going to cut it. So they began to build out the city of Boston to the point where if you look around all sides of the boat at this point in time, I don't care which direction you look, there is no original land in sight. All the land that you're looking at, I don't care which direction, it's man-made land. 75% of Boston sits on man-made land. And I'll explain to you a little bit later how they did that, how they built all this land out. But we're looking at the Vertex Pharmaceutical Campus here on Fan Pier. This is the Innovation District, dubbed by our late Mayor Menino. He dubbed this the Innovation District. And to give you a sense of how new all of these buildings are, up ahead you can see that 4-story building. It's in front of the Goodwin building. It says ICA on the side. ICA stands for I Can't Act. No. That's the Institute of Contemporary Art, which tells you right away what kind of art you will find inside the building. But that building was built here on the waterfront of Boston in 2006. And up until 2013, folks, that was the tallest building in this entire area. So that'll give you a sense of how new all of these buildings are. They sit on land formerly known as parking lots, which is why you literally cannot park a car in Boston. It just can't be done. But a wonderful building to visit, the ICA, open for free every Thursday night. It's the second most visited museum in Boston, the first one the MFA. And of course you can visit the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum for free every Wednesday night, but only if your name is Isabella, or if it's your birthday. So next to the ICA, you're going to see Pier 4, and I believe we're close enough, we're going to get a nice view of ourselves in the reflection of that building there. It'll be sort of a Picasso-like image. But get your cameras out, take a picture of us all. Nice looking crowd. There we are. somewhat pixelated, I suppose, but everybody should wave to ourselves.
Get a picture of that.
I'm waving at you. You should wave back.
Wow.
So that building and the two buildings behind it, brand new, they sit on Pier 4, and that used to be the site of one of the most top-grossing restaurants in the nation. You've probably heard of it. It was owned by a guy named Anthony, and it sat on Pier 4. So what do you think we called it? Anthony's Pier 4, right? And, of course, great marketing strategy. When he first opened his doors back in the 60s, he gave all the cab drivers in Boston a free lunch, proving two things. One, there is such a thing as a free lunch. That's important. But two, really good marketing skills. If you get into a cab, of course, and ask for a restaurant recommendation, the response was always the same. Oh, you got to go down to Anthony's Pier 4 restaurant. Best seafood in Boston. That, thankfully, is the extent of my Boston accent. I am originally from Connecticut, which is why you can understand every word I say.
Hey.
Yes, he said that out loud. Now we're coming across Commonwealth Pier, and this building is under massive redevelopment. This was Boston's World Trade Center, slated to open in another 2 years or so. Commonwealth Pier is where the transatlantic cruise ships used to dock back in the heyday of transatlantic ocean liners. The Queen Mary, the Queen Elizabeth used to dock here. The harbor's not deep enough to accommodate ships of that size. We're going to hang in here for a couple of minutes here. This next pier, this is the South Boston Fish Pier. And you'll see some of the fishing boats docked here. In fact, quite a number of them are in town right now. These are called stern draggers for the simple reason they drag for fish off the stern of the boat, sticking to our theme of the obvious. These boats go out about 150 miles out to Jeffreys Leads, Georges Bank, some of the most fertile fishing grounds in the world. They haul in their catch, unfurling those nets, dragging for fish, and they come back to the fish pier. The ice is waiting for the fish to land inside the ice buckets. They're packed down, put on these trucks, and delivered throughout New England, or they're brought across the harbor to Logan Airport, where they're delivered all over the world. So you can find fish from Boston all over the world. And it leaves right from here, the fish pier. I'll mention that we, at all times on this tour, will always have a beautiful view of the skyline of Boston, an ever-changing view of the skyline. You could do a little photo essay on the changing views of the skyline as we move around the harbor. Speaking of photos, we're having a photo competition. And the way this works is whoever posts the best photograph is going to win a $50 gift card, which you can keep. You don't have to give to me. That's the good news. And the way you do it is you post it on Instagram. You follow and you tag and you hashtag Save the Harbor. Did I get that right?
You got it.
I got it right. Woo! I remembered all those words. That's extraordinary. All the words I know, but I got those in there too. And, of course, I'm the judge, so photos of me are more apt to win than photos of sea life. Just thought I'd get that in there. You're so vain. Gave this guy a microphone. Bunch of restaurants popping up on the shoreline here. About 5 or 6 restaurants right in that stretch there. You see Legal Harborside, of course. And the big white tent, have to talk about that because we occupy that tent in the summer, not for camping or for the concerts that you can attend there in the summer months, but they host us in the mornings when we run a program called All Access Boston Harbor, where we take thousands and thousands of camp kids out to the harbor islands, out to George's Island and Spectacle Island, and we meet there. I do a little song and dance number without singing or dancing. And talk about the harbor, and then spend the day on an island. It's wicked fun, so check out our website for information on that. But here we have a great example of what's called dry dock. You have 2 piers here, and you see that gate in between. If you need to work on the hull, the bottom of a really large ship, like 4 times the size of the one we're on, you would open that gate and let all the water in. You'd float the ship in, close the gate behind the ship, and pump all the water out. And now you can work on the hull of a ship, do your welding or whatever, and you can do that all without drowning, which is always a good thing. Now we come up on a unique opportunity here. If you're near the side of the boat, You see these triangular vents here off to the starboard side? If you look on the other side of the harbor, you'll see the twin triangular vents over there. And if you're near the side of the boat, I can tell you, the harbor is now so clean, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later on, but if you look down through the water right about now, and if you're really, really gullible, you might be able to see the cars going through the Ted Williams Tunnel. But you have to look really hard. And you don't want anyone to catch you looking, because the tunnel is, you know, made out of concrete. Usually visitors from New York fall for that one.
We actually have some people from New York on the boat.
And if you think I'm being mean to New Yorkers, well, you'd be right. Because this is Boston after all, and, you know, we have to maintain our competition with New York. We like to feed that into everything we can. It doesn't have to only be Red Sox Yankees. It can be everything. The city we love to hate, and I'm really not being mean, I'm just being honest. So we're still cruising along South Boston, or Southie, and you notice that South Boston is entirely flat? Because why would you build a hill? South Boston is entirely man-made land. In fact, you know, there's three things that you're going to see, without exception, along the shoreline of this entire tour. You're going to see wharves and piers and docks. That's three things. All right, so four things. And, of course, those are all man-made. But you're also going to see rock-retaining walls, like the one we're looking at now. And you'll see rock-retaining walls in various shapes and sizes, some looking very nice and some looking a little rough around the edges. But every time you see one of these rock-retaining walls, it's a reminder that we're looking at man-made land. So let's talk about how they did this. So they built wharves, like the one we left from, and Long Wharf, and Central Wharf, and Commercial Wharf, and Lewis Wharf, and India Wharf. All those wharves were incredibly long, reaching out into the harbor, out to the deep water, so the ships could actually tie up to the wharves. Otherwise, they couldn't get inland, so they had to get into the deep water. So the wharves were incredibly long. And then they started to build walls in between the wharves, not out at the end, but up towards the beginning of the wharves. And then they would push dirt into that space. It would displace the water, and it would create land. You build another wall further down the wharf, you push in more dirt, you create more land, and over the next several hundred years, this became known as the wharfing out of Boston. Now, I know a lot of you are wondering, well, David, if 75% of Boston sits on man-made land, that is an enormous amount of dirt. Now you must tell us where all that dirt came from, because we need to know this. So let's talk dirt. Downtown Boston had Beacon Hill. Beacon Hill had three peaks on top of it. It was known as Tri-Mountain. This was, of course, before they built the State House. So Tri-Mountain, those three peaks were leveled off. Now we only remember that in Tremont Street. We've all heard of Tremont Street. Tremont Street, three hills, that's the extent of my French. So those three peaks pushed down into the harbor, and then 60 feet of Beacon Hill itself was leveled off and pushed into the harbor as well. That's a big hill. Fort Hill, well, there's no Fort Hill any longer. It's been completely leveled and pushed into the harbor. And Copp's Hill in the north end is substantially shorter as well. Well, they used all that dirt, they ran out of dirt, and they needed more. So what did they do? They went southwest of Boston to the town of Needham. Needham had a whole bunch of hills. Somebody must have said, take the hills. We don't need them. So all that dirt was sent up to Boston. Groaned, I know. I'm here all week. And a lot of that dirt landed in a neighborhood of Boston that we call the Back Bay, right? That's all man-made land. We call it the Back Bay because it literally was the bay on the back of Boston. From the Charles River all the way over to the Prudential Building, that is all man-made land, where the streets are laid out like a grid and you can never get lost, right? Come downtown and you can easily get lost with all the curvy streets going around in every which way. You know, they just paved over the cow paths downtown. But in the Back Bay, they laid it out like a grid, and then they used words to name the streets. Unlike New York, of course, now that I know we have some New Yorkers visiting on board, I hope they have a good sense of humor, Chris.
They seem like it.
They seem like it? Okay. They may not want to identify themselves, and I wouldn't blame you. But in New York, you know, they can only handle numbers. So they go from 1 all the way up to 354th Street. It's a lot of numbers, but they're just numbers. Here in Boston, we use words, and then to really show off our intellect, we alphabetize them. So we've got Arlington, Berkeley, Clarendon, Dartmouth, Essex, Fairfield, Gloucester, Hereford. Yes, I practiced. Pretty good, huh? Now it makes you want to take my picture. Over at Logan Airport. And what do you see when you look at Logan Airport? First thing you notice? That rock retaining wall. And if you're on the starboard side, don't you worry. We're going to turn around and go down along the side of Logan Airport, so you won't miss your view of the runways. Not to worry. Logan Airport is built on 2,400 acres of man-made land. There used to be 3 little islands over there. Back before they built the airport, before 1920, there was Bird Island. You can guess what landed on it. There was Apple Island. You can guess what grew on it. And, of course, there was Governor's Island. Guess who owned it? The first governor here in the Mass Bay colonies, Governor John Winthrop. And he loved apples, so he imported apples from England, because apples, believe it or not, are not native to this country. Who knew? But he really loved his cider, so he imported apples, planted a lot of apple trees there. And some guy named Johnny Chapman from Leominster came by and took a whole bunch of those seeds and started planting them across the country. You've probably heard of him. Most people know him by the name of Johnny Appleseed from Leominster. And now, folks, we come up on the most colorful, if admittedly not the most scenic part of our tour, the Connolly Container Terminal. Connolly Container Terminal, you see these huge cranes here. They would be a whole lot taller, except for the fact that they lie directly in the flight path to Logan Airport. And as I say that, I can see a plane heading our way. It's going to go right over those cranes, go right over the top of our boat, hopefully the top of the boat. If you're down below and need a haircut, come on up to the top deck. The planes fly directly over the cranes, over the Connolly Container Terminal, and land over at the airport. So there's a very serious height restriction over here. You'll see some taller cranes further up the pier there. Those cranes were brought in last summer because we've been dredging Boston Harbor, and you're going to see some dredging barges. There's one actually in the channel. Actually, there are 2 of them. There's another one further up. These are dredging barges. We've been spending your tax dollar contributions dredging a deeper channel here to accommodate the Supermax container ships, such as the one that blocked the Suez Canal last summer. We don't want it to block the harbor, so we're dredging a deeper channel. Otherwise, they won't come into Boston. They'll only go down to New York, and that's, of course, unacceptable. So we've been dredging the harbor for about 3 years or so, at a cost of about $350 million. Thank you for your tax dollar contributions. And here comes a plane. Oh, I feel like it's just headed right for me. This is a little uncomfortable. I think I'm just going to take this opportunity to duck. Beautiful yellow plane. I see planes like that, and you know what it makes me say? That's the spirit. Get a nice photo of the underbelly of the plane. Not leaking any fluid. That's always a good thing.
If it had been a JetBlue plane, that would have been an amazing sponsor.
Absolutely.
We can fix that in post, though.
What?
I can fix that in post.
You change the plane.
Yeah.
I've got some JetBlue photos.
Yeah.
So we're coming up out to the end of South Boston. A lot of you are probably familiar with what we're seeing up ahead, that fortification, that is Fort Independence. But more importantly, it sits on Castle Island. Now, Castle Island clearly is not an island. A lot of you know that because you've probably taken public transportation out there, or driven a car out there, or ridden your bike, or even walked out to Castle Island. And they call it Castle Island man-made land. And they connected it to Castle Island, built this fortification out here in 1846, and John Adams christened it earlier as Fort Independence, celebrating our independence from the evil British Empire. But we're turning here, there are two things I want to point out to you, and then I'm going to talk about it. You see an island off to the side there, off to the right. It's got two hills on it and a rock retaining wall around the base of it. Just see that island. I'm going to talk about it in a minute. So that island, and then directly off to the starboard side out in the distance, you'll see some giant white tanks. I'm not going to lie to you, those are not dinosaur eggs. That is a sewage treatment plant out on Deer Island. And I'm going to talk about the sewage treatment plant, and I'm going to talk about the island with the rock retaining wall. That is called Spectacle Island, because those two features very prominently in the story of the cleanup of Boston Harbor, a subject I'm quite passionate about, as I spend the entire season not only on the water, but actually in the water as well. And this is something that us Bostonians need to know. And a lot of us, when Dukakis was running for president and George Bush posted an ad on national television that said, if Dukakis can't keep Boston Harbor clean, how is he going to clean up the country? So that was just entirely embarrassing for us, and so something had to be done. So it was one of the dirtiest, and here's how it became one of the dirtiest harbors. Spectacle Island, directly off the stern of the boat, is the most transformed island in Boston Harbor. It used to be completely flat, two little round circles of land connected by a sandbar. From above, it literally looked like a pair of eyeglasses, hence the name Spectacle Island. Now, it's the highest island in the harbor, 172 feet high. It's 36 acres bigger. That is 10 Gillette stadiums. That's quite an expansion for an island out here. So how did that happen? Well, back in the early 1900s, Boston and Quincy used Spectacle Island as a garbage dump. And they would bring all their trash out here and dump it on the island, and they would do this for the next 50 years. That, my friends, is an enormous amount of trash. Well, one day there was a bulldozer pushing trash across the top of the hill, and it sank into the trash, and it was never seen again. That was the end of dumping trash out here. There was simply no more room. They lost the dozer. They did save the driver. That's the good news. But then they decided, well, maybe we should clean this up. We've made a horrible mess out here. It's really disgusting. Boston, of course, being the windy city that it is, a lot of that trash blew into the harbor. There wasn't anything you could not find floating in this water. And you really didn't want to find most of that stuff. So they decided to clean it up. What do you think they did? They set fire to that trash, as one does. And that fire burned, I kid you not, for the next 10 years. That was a smoking, smoldering, burning island in the middle of Boston Harbor. Welcome to Boston Harbor! Look at this stinking old mess out here. Well, the fire eventually went out, but they weren't done dumping on the island. You've all heard of, you've driven through, walked over, and certainly helped pay for the Big Dig. I don't even need to tell you what the Big Dig is, that giant tunnel, 10 lanes wide under the city of Boston, which created an enormous amount of dirt, all of which, of course, had to go somewhere. And there it is on top of all that burnt trash. So it took 10 years, 44,000 barges of dirt, but they finally got it out there. And then, now you have a lot of dirt. Now you can plant a lot of grass and trees and shrubs, put in 5 miles of hiking trails, and put in a park bench. And as soon as you put in a park bench, got yourself a public park. Are you seeing something, Chris? Chris is seeing some birds. There's fish here. Get your rods.
Where there's fish, there's meal.
So keep an eye on these gulls over here. These cormorants. Off to the right side. And I'll keep talking about Spectacle. So they've converted Spectacle Island into a public park. So the moral of the story with Spectacle Island, folks, is you can be a flaming pile of trash for 10 years and you can still turn your life around. You really can. We got a seal up ahead. Up ahead on the right. Just poked his head back under the water. It's about 2 o'clock. 30 feet off the boat on the right side. Just keep your eye. I'm going to hold the mic out in case the seal has something to say. We're going to hang out here for a couple of minutes in case he pops his head back up, but, you know, he may pop up on the other side of the boat. One never knows.
Yep.
So keep your eyes peeled. We don't all need to run to the starboard side. It is a boat after all.
What is that thing far away? Is that a bird? No, just a seagull. A dove? Okay. Snow mammals?
Well, we've seen our seal. I guess we can go back in now. I'm kidding.
Officially a marine mammal safari.
Sure. I don't have anything else for you. Okay.
So we get some money back.
Port side. Port side, I'm told.
7 o'clock.
See the little white? That's the camera.
Off to the right. About 1 o'clock. Up ahead there.
I can't stand it.
That's a handsome boy. Right about 1 o'clock off to the right.
See him, John? Do you see him?
Yeah.
See him, Kate?
Is that his horn?
It's his little nose. He doesn't have a horn. It's his little nose swimming around. He's looking for this fish.
Why?
Because he's hungry. He wants to eat for breakfast.
Or
Want some
lunch.
fish for breakfast?
No.
No.
Maybe the fish see them, but doesn't see them. They just swim away real quick.
Could be.
Because the fish doesn't want to eat them.
No, the fish.
He's just basking in the sun.
I mean, my listening to the stories.
And there goes one of our sponsors off the stern of our boat, JetBlue, making themselves known.
That's a camera. You can say hi. I forgot we're still moving. Hi, everybody. You want to go back to where your seat is? The seal went down. He's diving under.
Yeah, while we're all anxious to see wildlife, we're going to ask you please not to stand on the benches. That is generally not a good idea. Well, we like to guarantee sightings on these trips. I'm glad we didn't have to deploy the inflatable. That's from the planes, actually. No, it's true. It's from the jets of the planes when they pass over the water. I forget what those are called.
Oh, he's here.
A water spout?
Yeah, a water spout. Yeah, it's from the planes.
Yeah. I didn't know if there was a separate name for when a plane comes.
Oh. Plane-induced.
Plane-induced water spout. Should have just gone with that with full confidence.
What am I charging now?
Aerial-induced hydrophenomenon.
Why do you butter? Why don't you butter?
Unless you're wearing a tie, you don't do that.
Alright, we're going to continue making our way up into the inner harbor. Several other popular places to look. I'm going to go back and finish the story of the cleanup of the harbor. We told you about Spectacle Island, cleaned up all that trash, so that's not flowing into the harbor. But those big white tanks on Deer Island, Deer Island, of course, takes its name from the obvious. It was an island, and now it's a peninsula. And it used to be overrun with deer, hence the name, Deer Island. But the big white tanks out there, it used to be that Boston and 43 surrounding communities would pump their sewage straight into Boston Harbor. Untreated, unfiltered, unsweetened, just nasty. But the thinking was it would just go out with the tide, right? Which it did. What does the tide do twice a day? It turns around and brings it right back, all that yummy goodness, back into the harbor. So, the good people of Boston and Save the Harbor, Save the Bay got in on this lawsuit, and they sued the city for the cleanup of this harbor. And what we're looking at is a federally mandated sewage treatment plant out there on Deer Island. Those big white tanks, there are 12 of them, so there's an even dozen of those eggs. They're called sludge digesters, and they take 1.2 billion gallons of raw sewage every day. Every day, we're talking amazing production values. And they pump, thicken, settle, digest, and chlorinate that sewage. They turn it into water so clean, I actually drank it. And I did not know I was drinking at it, so don't look at me funny. Yeah, I know. It wasn't pleasant. It wasn't bad. It might explain a lot, but it wasn't, you couldn't tell until you read the small print. Bunch of people going out whale watching out the Stellwagen Bank. So the treated water, clean enough to drink, apparently is pumped 10 miles out into the bay. All right, now hold on, we're going to rock and roll here. Not singing, but in the wake of that whale watch boat. So we're going to, don't want anyone going over. Just hold on. Hold on to a part of a boat, not the person next to you. So the treated water pumped 10 miles out into the bay where that whale watch boat's going. The solids get pumped down to a facility in Quincy, reduced to fertilizer pellets, which we call here in Boston black gold. We ship those fertilizer pellets down to Florida, where they help to grow oranges. So the next time you're enjoying a cool glass of OJ for your morning breakfast, thank your neighbors. But that is the the other half of the reason why the harbor is now so clean, you can actually eat the fish, you can eat the lobsters, and by Jove, you can swim in these waters. And I do all summer long out on Spectacle Island. And speaking of cleaning up a harbor, if you look along the shoreline when we get into the inner harbor, as we did over in the Innovation District and the Seaport District in South Boston, you'll see what a clean harbor can do along the shoreline as the city redevelops its harbor front. None of that would have happened if this harbor was still disgusting and dirty.
Alright, so up on the top deck, what are we trying to do? Everyone can face my friend with the camera down there. It's right there at the stern of the boat under that light that's going on. And smile. Don't forget to smile. Smile even bigger if you got a mask on. Forward. Awesome. Thank you. No one's shy up here. Chris, you want to do your little song and dance? Oh, no, switch it.
Hi everyone, I'm giving David a short break. My name's Chris Mancini, I'm the Executive Director of Save the Harbor, Save the Bay, and I just wanted to thank all of you for being the first marine mammal safari trip in 3 years. We are back out here. I did not want to get up as early as I had to today, but as soon as I was out here on the boat, I was very glad I did. It's so amazing to see all of you out here together, and we got such a great day for it. And we're really glad we have seen a seal, so we don't have to refund any of your money today. But I just wanted to give a little short little presentation about Save the Harbor. David told you about the cleanup. Save the Harbor was founded in 1986 to help restore and protect Boston Harbor, and once we achieved that, we have now one of the great environmental success stories here in Boston Harbor. In fact, the South Boston beaches, Carson Beach and M Street Beach, are now clean for swimming every day of the year. We have the cleanest urban beaches in the country right here in Boston. So when you're coming out and you're looking for a nice day at the beach, you don't have to go all the way to Cape Cod or up to Cape Ann. You can come right here on the Red Line to South Boston. There's great beaches in East Boston. Revere has the country's first public beach up at Revere Beach. All the way from Nahant to Nantucket, you have beautiful state beaches. And Save the Harbor continues to be a key partner with the Department of Conservation and Recreation, and in addition to the marine mammal safaris, which kick off our free public programming each year, we do free programming on all the state beaches out here on the harbor, and you are all invited to join us anytime. All this summer, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, we will be going out to Spectacle or George's Island starting July 7th. And we're looking to add some trips on the weekends and the evenings as well. So, you know, if you're entering, please enter that photo contest when you're following at Save the Harbor on Instagram. You'll get all the alerts and all the updates. You'll be able to sign up, come on down to either to Commonwealth Pier, where we'll be going out with on the Provincetown 2, or coming on down to the seaport and going out with Mass Bay Lines on the Freedom. Speaking of which, I know, David, you already thanked them, but I want to do an extra special thanks to Mass Bay Lines for making these trips possible. Can I get a round of applause for the captain and the owners of Mass Bay Lines? We can't do this without them. And, yeah, so we helped clean up the harbor, and now we are trying to share that harbor with everybody, and we're so glad to be out here. You are all actually doing us a big favor by coming out and partaking in free trips on Boston Harbor. And if you don't know it already, this harbor belongs to you. Even if you're from New York, we'll say it, we'll give it to you. But it belongs to you. You are the reason that we are able to have these clean water, these clean beaches. And hopefully we're going to get in there. We're going to see a couple more seals and porpoises. You know what a seal looks like now? A porpoise is going to look a little bit like a keep your eye out for that. Call it out. And so we do all this stuff. We're really glad to be here. And even though we are not allowed to feed the marine mammals when we're all out here at Save the Harbor, we are proud to know that we are serving a small porpoise regardless. Heyo. So I'm going to turn it back over to David after one more piece of trivia, which is you all know why they call why seagulls fly over the sea, right? Because if they flew over the bay... Oh, it's David's joke? I thought this was my joke. If they flew over the bay, they would be bagels. Thank you.
He's here all week, folks.
I won't tell that one in the second show.
Stealing my material.
That was my material.
I've been telling that joke since you were in. Chris, I used to do this every morning at the All Access in the morning thing. Kids would come the next year and they would just say, "You can tell the bagel joke. You can tell the bagel joke." Not anymore. We'll put Chris up right on it. All right. Oh, yeah. I'll leave that to the end of the trip. It's cold. There you go.
So we're coming into East Boston, or Eastie, for us locals. We you'll see a little, this cove over here on the right. You see that dock, a little floating dock all by itself. That's the airport terminal for the seaplanes that come up from New York. You can take a seaplane from New York to Boston and back for a cool $2,000 round trip. If you're very important and have a lot of cash on hand, don't have a lot of time, they land here but twice a day during the week, and that's their terminal, that little floating dock over there. It's lacking in facilities for sure. So if you need to use the restroom, you want to do that before you take off, because the plane doesn't have anything for you either. As you can see, East Boston was once a hard-working waterfront. You'll see a lot of wharves and piers over here, some in better condition than others. But we see my favorite ship here, this red Nantucket lightship. This was literally a floating lighthouse off the coast of Nantucket. Nantucket is surrounded by 90 miles of shallow waters, the Nantucket Shoals, and they've stationed 3 floating lighthouses around the shoals to protect ships from running aground. And this is one of the 3. You'll see those mushroom-shaped anchors on the bow. Each one of those anchors weighs over 3,000 pounds. Now you can imagine sailors on board one of these vessels had an enormous amount of free time on a ship literally going nowhere. So to pass the time, they took up the hobby of basket weaving. And you've probably heard of these baskets, called the Nantucket Lightship baskets. If you have an original one, it's worth about $30,000 today. If you have a fake one, it's worth about $5,000. And again, look along the shoreline. You're seeing wharves, piers, and a variety of rock retaining walls. And up on the hill there, you see those tall buildings. There's a gap between 2 of those buildings. There's a set of stairs directly off to the right here. Those set of stairs are known as the Golden Stairs because they led to the land of golden opportunity, which of course was Boston for all the Irish immigrants coming to Boston in the 1840s trying to escape the potato famine. They came to Boston because we're 2 days closer to Ireland than New York. So they would come to Boston and they would go looking for work over in downtown Boston. And of course they were met with signs on all the shop windows, "No Irish need apply." So not much of a welcome for the Irish in those days. But I can tell you today, Boston is home to the 2nd largest population of Irish in the world. Anyone want to guess where the first is? No, it's not New York. New York actually is not a question to a single question, not an answer to a single question I will ask. No, it would be Ireland. But a lot of people guess New York or Chicago for some reason. Now we have this giant spaceship-like structure on the end of Piers Park. I like to think it looks a little bit like a giant vaccine needle. But that is a monument to master shipbuilder Donald McKay. We're going to be talking about him in a couple of minutes. They built that on the end of the wharf there. They built a beautiful park, and then they called it Piers Park for some reason. But that's a wharf. So let's get to the difference between a dock, a wharf, and a pier. There's a dock floating in between these 2 structures. The dock floats in the water, goes up and down with the tide. A wharf is built on granite blocks and will last generations. And a pier, like the one appearing before us now, this is built on wood pilings, and as you can see, they don't last as long. Origins of the word wharf. I like to call this first date material. Origins of the word wharf, W-H-A-R-F, warehouse at riverfront, comes from England. Save that for your first date. You want to be impressive. Now take a look at these little houses over here, little windows, little houses set back off the water. All of those houses built when this harbor was totally disgusting, so nobody wanted to be anywhere near this, not a part of it. Now that the harbor is all cleaned up, take a look at these multi-million-dollar condos with floor-to-ceiling windows and balconies celebrating the harbor. And of course the beautiful view of the skyline of Boston on the other side of the harbor. tall ship coming into view. This is a barkentine-rigged tall ship, steel hull. The Caledonia. This is actually a floating oyster bar. Pretty hot spot in the summertime, I can tell you. All these places to sit out here. These containers have been converted into little pop-up restaurants and bars.
Which spot?
Tall Ship Restaurant, it's called. They've been doing some work on her, cleaning her up, getting ready for the summer. Pretty happening place on the weekends, I can tell you that. Now, I know I've mentioned at least once or twice this man-made land. We're coming up on more man-made land here, and this is the most recently built man-made land here in the city of Boston. I watched them build this land over here where these condos are now, and I'm not that old. This land was built in the last 8 years or so, and then, of course, the condos popping up, much to the dismay of the little houses behind them. And you see it's called Clipper Ship Wharf, and that's because this is where Donald Mackay used to build clipper ships back in the 1850s. These were the fastest ships to ever sail the seas. They were so fast they were nicknamed the Greyhounds of the seas. And he built the fastest one ever, the Flying Cloud. Sailed from New York down around Cape Horn to San Francisco during the California Gold Rush in a record-setting 89 days. That record has never been broken, certainly not by a comparable ship. So we want to keep our eyes peeled along this stretch here for seals or porpoises. Up ahead you see the Live Eddie building, Live Eddie, I don't know which one it is, and I don't know who Eddie is either, but he's clearly doing well. That building sits on land formerly known as Noddle's Island. Noddle's Island is the original landmass that has now become East Boston. So from the Eddie building over there all the way back to the other end of the airport, man-made land. Now I see some gulls over there floating in the water. There are three primary types of gulls that we have here in Boston. There's the grayback, the herringback, and the third one. Not the bay gull. Blackback. Herring gull, grayback, and the blackback. Those are the three primary gulls we see in Boston. And the black oily feathered birds, those are not gulls. Those are, I said it earlier, cormorants. Thank you. My brain is misfiring here. Nobody brought me coffee. Off to the right is the famed longest parking lot in New England, also known as the Mystic Tobin Bridge. Named for the obvious, of course, Tobin. Governor Tobin wanted the bridge to be built. And Mystic for the river it spans, the Mystic River, which was originally named by the Native Americans the Mistook River. But apparently somebody mistook the Mistook for the Mystic. It was a mistake. That's the longest bridge in New England. It's 2.5 miles long, actually. Primarily a land bridge, but at 2.5 miles long, that makes it about a half a mile longer than the Golden Gate Bridge. Doesn't make it half a mile prettier, but definitely longer. That is Fenway Green. That's a trademarked color, and a color you'll never see in New York. Now, to the right of the bridge, you see those oil containers. That is Boston's largest import, foreign oil. And our largest export, you'll find actually up under the bridge, a little bit further up the Mystic River. And I like to refer to our largest export as last date material. I gave you first date. Last date material, our largest export is scrap steel. And if you feel compelled to bring that up on a date, it's bound to be your last. Now we're heading up into Charlestown, and we're going to go over to the mouth of the Charles River, where we might get very lucky. The tide's going out, so the water will be coming out the Charles through the locks if they control the height of the river with the locks. And this is where a lot of seals like to come in and have a little buffet on the alewife that come tumbling down through the river out into the harbor. This is the second of the two freshwater rivers that feed into Boston Harbor. So you want to keep your eyes peeled here for sure. It's nice that it's not windy, so the water is flat, calm, easy to see. Somebody pop up through the water. We're going to swing over towards the Charlestown Navy Yard. This is all Charlestown in front of us and off to the right. This was the second oldest Navy Yard in the country. First oldest down in Washington, D.C. This was an active Navy Yard from 1800 to 1972. And what happened in 1972? Well, that's simple. President Nixon rolled out of bed one morning and decided that he was going to close our Navy Yard in retribution for Massachusetts being the only state in the country not to vote for him. So 80% of the Navy Yard is given over to development. You see all the condos on the waterfront. Sadly, none of them are mine. 20% of the Navy Yard remains as a National Historic Park, and because we're very stubborn and rebellious, we call it the Charlestown Navy Yard. We've got two ships in port. Permanent residents here at the Navy Yard. You have the Uss Cassin Young here, this gray Navy vessel. This was a World War II Fletcher-class destroyer. This was the last Navy ship to be hit by a kamikaze pilot in the Battle of Okinawa. Pilot got the plane down into the engine room, killed 22 sailors, but did not sink the ship, obviously, and she stands here as a testament to all the ships built and repaired here in the Navy Yard. And of course there is the crown jewel of the harbor, the USS Constitution. Beautiful ship. Oldest commissioned warship afloat in the world. And if you look at the ship, if you look at the Constitution, the mast and the rigging, and you look at the Bunker Hill Monument up there, you put the two together, you get the design inspiration for the Leonard P. Zakim Bunker Hill Memorial Bridge. You see the Bunker Hill Monument represented in the bridge, and the cable stays representing the rigging of the Constitution. And that bridge, of course, marks the entrance to the Charles River. Charles River runs 80 miles up to the town of Hopkinton, which of course is only 26.2 miles as the marathoner runs, but as the river meanders, 80 miles, 92 bridges, 24 dams, which is what the fish say when they hit it. There's the TD Garden where the Boston Bruins and the Boston Celtics like to spank any team from New York. And that beautiful steeple there in the oldest neighborhood in the country, the historic North End, and of course the Old North Church, oldest church in Boston, 1723. And I know we all look at that church and we think Mike's Pastries, right? But we also think one if by land and two if by sea, and I on the opposite shore will supposedly be. Longfellow wrote that lovely poem, but don't learn your history from it. Paul Revere, in fact, was not waiting on the opposite shore. He was right there where that swimming pool is. I don't think the pool was there at the time. He saw the signal lamps. He rode across to Charlestown and began his midnight ride, not yelling, "The British are coming, the British are coming," because that would have really confused everybody. We were all British at the time. So more than likely, quietly telling everyone the regulars are turning out, or the redcoats are turning out. This is obviously the Coast Guard station. It's also Constitution Wharf and the former site of Edmund Hart Shipyard, where the USS Constitution was built back in 1797. So she is birthed just a few hundred yards from her birthplace. Coast Guard was the first a branch of the Treasury, now a branch of Homeland Security. The motto of the Coast Guard, Semper Paratus, always ready. That guy looks ready, climbing the stairs on the Thunder Bay. And here we have the Ida Lewis. This is a keeper class cutter. And I say keeper class because they're all named after lighthouse keepers. And Ida Lewis was one of the early female lighthouse keepers. She saved over 20 lives during her service. She is the first woman in the United States to have a street named after her.
And they hung up the lanterns on the church. I think it's covered by the church somewhere.
You got to look around the pilings underneath these piers here. I call them piers, but they call this for some reason Battery Wharf. And the next one is Burroughs Wharf. But they are not wharves, they are piers. See the Boston fire boats here? If you build a city on the harbor, you got to fight fire from the water side as well. And you see the walkway that goes around these buildings? This is called the Boston Harbor Walk. It extends roughly 46 miles along the shoreline of Boston Harbor, effectively reuniting the citizens of Boston with her waterfront. You don't own land along Boston Harbor, along the shoreline of Boston Harbor. You lease it from the Commonwealth. You can lease it for up to 99 years. It's all man-made land, after all.
David, can you say anything about climate change or sea level rise? Man-made land?
So the law is, if you build on the waterfront, you must provide linkage for the public, hence the Boston Harbor Walk. Now, climate change is obviously on a lot of our minds, and there are lots of plans afoot, but nothing concrete to mitigate that. Although a lot of new construction, they're putting a lot of the sort of the inner workings of the buildings up on the top floor, or at least on the second floor.
You want to talk about that?
Yeah, no, we just got a question, so.
Yeah, we just got a great question about climate change and sea level rise here in Boston. And, as David's been pointing out, this is all man-made land, which, everything on the waterfront puts things at high risk for sea level rise. And as a side note, all of this land falls within what we call the tidelands. And all this man-made land, there's a law. This is the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. That these resources are part of the Commonwealth. These belong to the public, belong to the people. Anything within that tidal zone belongs to the public. We have the right to, I'm going to forget one of the words, fish, fowl, and navigate. Maybe I got them all. Did I get that right? I got them all. Fish, fowl, and navigate in the tidelands. So with all the man-made land, we have a law here in Massachusetts called Chapter 91. Any new construction, anything built all along this harbor has to be publicly accessible. So all the ground floor spaces in all of these areas have to be publicly accessible. There's new construction going up all the time. One of Save the Harbor's efforts and initiatives and priorities is to make sure that developers and municipalities put in meaningful, equitable public benefits. So it doesn't mean put a Starbucks in every building, which would count. That would count. But, combining areas so you have big, great parks, that you have community spaces, that you let also the community know that you are allowed to come here. You're allowed to sign up and put on a performance, or sign up and host a public gathering in some of these spaces. So up all along the channel, 4-point channel, there's going to be a lot of new developments with these opportunities. And you all have your opportunity to make your voice heard in this process and to go to any of these public meetings. If you want, you can go to a public meeting on Zoom every single night of the week, probably at this point, and make your voice heard. I know that's exactly what you'd like to do with your free time. But the question we got was about climate change, and part of the calculation in this is what are we going to do as climate change continues to accelerate, as we see and anticipate sea level rise. The city of Boston has been very, I think, proactive about studying and looking at these. If you look at Greenovate and Boston 2030, you can go online and you can see the maps of where, as the sea level projections increase, where we're going to see a lot of that increase, and it's all along the waterfront. And with the new construction, we're not as concerned because a lot of the new permits, a lot of the new development, you're required to build. I think it's 21 inches, almost 2 feet above the baseline, but it's a lot of the historic infrastructure. Save the Harbor's offices are on Fish Pier, the 100-year-old pier that we passed back there. It's a beautiful building. We think it's part of the historic register, but those, right now the plan is for that pier is just going to float away. So it's our historic infrastructure that we're almost more concerned about. But it's a complicated calculation. If you build something new next to something old, will that new thing be protected at the expense of the old thing? So we don't have the actual answer yet, but it's to keep these beautiful spaces, these waterfront access. It's something we're definitely going to be dealing with a lot. But I encourage. We're trying to bring the same initiative, the same kind of focus that Boston has brought to all the rest of the communities up and down the coast. Because the beaches, which we care about a lot, are recreational assets, they are mental and physical health assets, and they're economic drivers for the communities. And we spend a lot of time investing in free public events. I know our good friends from Friends of Winthrop Beach are here, and they're planning their free movie nights over on Winthrop Beach. But what are we going to do? How do we make sure Winthrop Beach and Revere Beach and Kings Beach are still here 20, 30, 40 years from now? So hopefully that's part of an answer to the question. I'm going to turn it back to David as we head kind of into the pier here. I'm very excited. We did see one Sammy the Seal, and we'll be going back out. So thank you again all for being here. Oh, one last plug. We are about to start our summer programming, and we hire a lot of young people. So if you're between the age of 15 and 24 and you're interested, David's applying. Well, you work with David, actually. Is there a joke about grandfathering you in here? Oh! Yeah, we've got jobs for young people. So you can see any of the folks here. Kristen, who checked you in on the pier, is out there. She runs that program. So reach out to us online and apply for a job. Love to have you.
Thanks, Chris. Chris is our executive director, my boss. So I have to be nice to the guy, which is really easy to do, I gotta say.
You could probably go to HR with that grandfather joke.
So once again, I want to thank Mass Bay Lines for hosting one of these 3 trips. We're hosting all 3, but at least the first one with you. And glad we got to see at least one seal. Maybe we saw 2 seals. We don't really know. It might have been his twin brother over there, Sammy and Charlie. But thank you all for registering and for coming down, and actually for showing up, because a lot of times we get a lot of people signing up, and then they say, I don't think I want to go. So we have not as full a boat, but it's a beautiful day, and it's great to have all of you on board. Keep an eye on our website for future happenings. There are lots of things that we sponsor through the course of the summer. And again, as Chris said, if you are between 15 and 24 and you're looking for summer work, You couldn't get a better job than being able to call Boston Harbor your office. This has been my office for a long time on a variety of different boats, doing a variety of different things. So thanks for listening to me wax on about Boston Harbor history and whatnot. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm still on the boat. I'll be down on the gangways to get off. And sit tight while they get the boat docked and tied up, get the gangway on, and then enjoy the rest of this absolutely stunningly beautiful day here in Boston. So thank you all very, very much for coming out with us.
You're so welcome. It's a seafood. I've had it.
好暖和呀，好暖和呀，晒得香香的。该烂的照片。啊？看这个挺脑洞的，他现在在春游。我们去吃。我曾经被人拍了一张。
对，他们不允许我一手拎着一个人。
必须要一起去。
哈哈哈哈哈哈！不可以死的。
Oh, thank you.
机场演。
Oh, Riley. Guys saw it this morning too. Yeah.
需要一个压背。Skyline 实在太美了。 美美的 skyline， 怎么拍了合照了吗？我们要不要拍个合照？你往这边移，我就。我们要不要拍这边？找个人帮我们拍，问一下。有25%的利润，有产有高。Can we go?
You want it like this?
没有 filter， it's okay, no filter。
还有标。我小时候特别今年挨打。
filter 都是最后自己搞上去的。
All right.
你啥呀？你这个是啥意思？这是我们的阿联。
Hey John, how are you? You look beautiful. You just look beautiful. No, yeah.
No, it's gorgeous day. You have read that?
Probably somewhere. Yeah. Sure. Okay. And there's some video of. You got the video of the porpoise. I'm going to put it here. That's in front of it. Yeah, that should be fun. Yeah. Great. I'm not worried. I'm doing
something.
I tell you what I depended. I depended I'd have a chance to say happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to have to deal with something that I didn't want to have to deal with. So I'm going to go and be the first person off. All right? And I got to take this one case. All right? I'll see you before you leave. But I'm just going to go.
One down, two to go. I realized I completely forgot the safety announcement. I'll get it in this time. Totally spaced. New routine, you know. Oh, it's perfect. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is really tight. Yeah. Docking by braille is no fun.
Well, we were worried we were going to have to go up there first, drop some on the dock, and then come back and crowd. I mean, line on.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know about that hat. I don't know. Well, we're in trouble now. That's not good. We'll take care of it. No? Not my way. Shame is at the top of the list. Dude, you don't want to come up here. Good morning.
Let me tell you, this is a bad idea.
Don't even start with me, buddy. Don't even start with me.
So these available?
Yeah, any seat you want.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's got the ear of the captain, so be careful.
I won't even need the captain.
Good seat. Right.
How we doing?
Or we could have gone on that.
Good?
No, just
Oh, me too.
You want a picture of me?
I do not. No offense.
I thought I'm pretty.
How we doing?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah?
I feel like I recognise you from somewhere.
Might.
Do you sometimes do the boat out to the harbour?
Yes.
And also, there's some singing event.
We're going to put on that on.
On a boat?
No.
Sanders Theater?
Outside theatre in, by the river. Used to the Cambridge side.
River Sing.
Have you done that too? Yeah.
I worked with Rebel for about 40 years.
Yeah, so my wife, Debbie, she's just downstairs. I remember your face from those things.
It's unforgettable.
This boat out to like George's Island and stuff like that.
The who?
Tony, are those seats open near you or are they taken?
I just want to see if it's tested. No idea. Smile.
Good, no, she was surfing over that with Matea. You got 3 seats?
Yep.
And you have. That's all we need, right?
I'm not for this guy's seat, don't you?
We're not taking the seats with this one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Beautiful. Take a couple in case you blink.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I think you might have blinked. That's right.
Really?
So she's got sunglasses on. So
No, yeah. See, that's good. No, if I did. I still look fat. Well, that's because I know, I just...
You'll put your makeup on?
I know, I was going to say...
No. I don't need sunscreen. I think I'm got that sunscreen. I'll dye tan. Another one?
Yes, she's a
Holy moly.
I know.
How about a picture of this guy and the
New York
Yankees cat?
I can't do that.
Just
That's
to
a
document
delete,
that
honey. That's a
actually
delete.
he was actually on the boat. Yes, that's
Thank
why
you.
we have a delete button.
Thank you.
You were in such trouble, my man. I gotta tell you.
You got patches. So you patch it.
Why do you have in the boat?
It's got a pair of scissors.
Thank you. I get you, too, Mr. Yankee. Are you from New York?
Yes.
Okay, that's acceptable.
You certainly couldn't be from Boston.
What?
Oh, that's even worse.
That's tough. But I'll give you a pass if you're from New York. That's how I look at it.
If he was from New York, the respectable thing to do would be to wear a Red Sox hat.
Well, or not hat at all. Or wear like a...
That is not a subject of conversation.
Exactly.
But you know what?
What?
When I'm there, I use Red Sox hat.
That's all right. I like that.
Antagonizing
All
like
right, so you're that guy.
And I'll be like, oh.
You're that guy. That's all right. How long have you been in Boston?
Like 13 years?
Oh, well, did you go to
Long
school
enough
here?
to know better.
I know. Did you go to school here?
Yes.
Yeah. Most people go to school here.
Alright folks, as you get on the boat, just so you know, the top deck is now kind of full, so I could save you the trip. Doesn't really work to stand in the middle.
Thank you.
Oh, we got one seat. We got the last
Yeah, I
seat.
know. That's your seat, right? Yeah. That's
No. No, did you have somebody coming? My wife. We'll let his wife sit there. I'll stand. It's all right.
You are so good.
I've been told worse, that's for sure.
I'm brave. I'm a Boston girl.
How long do you
I'll
have boat
speak
ride?
up.
3 days, I think.
Okay, that's
Yeah?
good. Yeah.
Okay.
She didn't bring enough snacks for us.
Oh, we got Fritos down below. Don't
Oh,
worry.
you do? Okay.
I can sample them.
Actually, there's another seat too. Hello. This is the memory of Dad. Trust me. Yeah, this isn't like downstairs. It's like so crowded. Because I've been on this boat many times in photos.
Did you do the earlier boat too?
Sorry?
Did you do the speaking on the earlier boat?
Yes. And the later boat.
Yep. 9:30. As long as you got to a coffee. Guess what?
Everyone's stuck with me.
You don't put the places on
I
the
thought that might be It may not have been available.
People aren't going to want to give up their seats. You're wondering how many people are on the trip? Tell Bruce I said that.
So is it embarkment that we're doing? Embarkment?
Are we what?
Embarkment, is that the term, the boat term?
When you get off the boat, you disembark.
Okay, but
So
is there...
we are embarking
Yeah,
on a
that's what I
journey.
thought. Yeah.
Embarkment, I don't know if that's actually a word. But let's make one up anyway.
I know, I was going to say...
I'm good for that. All right, so if you're up here on the top deck, Mr. New York, get your face out of your phone. We want to turn around and wave. All right, we're all waving to the camera down there. That's how we get our funding. Looks like we just had a great time. We haven't left yet. Everybody waving.
If you're on the right side of the boat, please wave to the cameraman down there. We need as many people in the picture as we can get. This is how we get our funding, with these happy pictures. Yay! We're having such a good time! We haven't even left yet!
Yeah.
They kind of ruin our view.
Yes.
Uno fue con Augusto y otro They're almost there, that's what they said.
I want him to
All right, we're gonna get ready to get going in a couple of minutes. Just waiting for some last-minute stragglers, but while we're waiting, let's do a couple of things, a little bit of business. Let's make sure everyone's on the right boat before we pull that gangway. This is the 5-day cruise to Bermuda, yeah? Everybody good? And we have a big gullible crowd on board, my favorite. All right. So my name is David Coffin. I'm going to be your narrator on this trip. I'm going to talk about some historical stuff here in Boston Harbor, as Bostonians say. And we're going to be going and looking for some marine mammals out there. We got lucky this morning. We saw Sammy the seal, and it was not the inflatable, which was very cool. We actually saw a real seal out in the harbor. You know, we try to guarantee sightings, but we have the inflatable ready to deploy just in case. I might have made that part up. But let's get the most exciting part of the trip over right from the beginning, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the safety announcement! Look at all the love for personal safety. I love it. So we are a Coast Guard certified vessel. We have life jackets and specially marked lockers throughout the vessel. In case of a water landing, please follow the directions of the captain, the crew, or the guy talking the loudest, which is typically me. I've got the only microphone. Please no running. There's literally nowhere to go and nothing soft to land on when you fall. If the boat rocks a little bit from the passing boat wake, please hold on to a part of the boat and not the person next to you for better stability. Please no smoking. We are a non-smoking vessel, especially if you're standing next to me. And most importantly, if anyone has a chocolate chip cookie, I would be most grateful. Just like to throw that in there. You just never know what's going to happen. A cookie might present itself. And there's only one cookie in the world, and that's chocolate chip. So with that, I'm going to wait until we get underway, and then I'll be back on the mic.
Add 3. Turn around and add 3.
You made it.
We are at capacity. We are on our way. Anybody else shows up? Good news is we're doing another trip at 1:30. So find yourself a place to get comfortable on the boat. Please don't stand on the rails or the benches. 2 feet on the deck at all times. Restrooms are down below inside. Snack bar down below towards the rear of the boat. We call that the stern. We call the front of the boat the bow. The right side is the starboard side, and the port side is over there on the left. And if you are standing outside on the boat, be advised that the captain's going to hit the horn. It is 1 long, 3 short, and quite loud. So consider yourself warned.
I'm here if you need me. Well, but he didn't, like, he doesn't even I got 6 of them here. Was your first boat as crowded as this?
I am ageless.
It must have been all sold out, right? What's the capacity here?
We are
376.
How much?
376.
Wow. That's a lot for this boat.
Biggest thing in the sea.
I wonder if the people know standing, they're going to come. They don't want to be standing.
Can we wait till 1:30?
1:30 full? They're all full. They're all full. They're awful.
We want people from Quincy. Could you announce if we can get people from Quincy to come here?
Come where? Up to the top?
Yeah. Like pictures. We might get people from Quincy.
We do community press outreach for the different community papers, so we got a good picture.
We have a huge map, not huge, but a decent map.
Oh, let's do that too.
Yeah.
We got Medford a lot, so that's
I have a bunch of chairs. The four that are sitting in those chairs over there. I think there's about 11 of us. Okay. What's that?
Are you guys from like an organized group or just families?
It's my Girl Scout troop.
So if we have anyone on the boat from Quincy, we have anyone on the boat from Quincy? If you would come over here to the top deck for a very particular photograph. Up here on the top deck, if you're from Quincy.
Yay! People from Quincy, come
We do these photographs because it helps us with the fundraising efforts to keep these trips running frequently and free. That was the horn. Do we really only have 2 people on the boat from Quincy? I know it's a bigger place. Give them a couple minutes to make their way up here. Come find the photographer. It only costs you $20 to have your picture taken. I might have made that up. Here we go.
It takes a while to get them here because they might be.
Yeah.
I thought it was 10.
We're doing we just try to do
What's the front of the boat? This way or this way? Oh, really? Okay, great.
All right, we are backing out of Burroughs Wharf. Now what you want to do at all times is look off all sides of the boat. And if you see a seal or a porpoise floating in the water, you point and you yell very loud. You must have your arm extended to its fullest capacity, all fingers outwards, so it's easy to see, and point directly at the wildlife that you're pointing out, and yell as loud as you can, seal or porpoise or giraffe, whatever it is you're seeing. Okay? And if you see a giraffe, I'll have what you're having. But we are Save the Harbor, Save the Bay. This is one of our free trips. We're doing 3 of them today, and we'll do more through the course of the summer. So keep an eye on our website, savetheharbor.org. Also, if you are between the age of 15 and 24 and you're looking for a fun job for the summer, take a look at our website. We are hiring for the summer. We hire a lot of young people, and you will get the good fortune of calling Boston Harbor your summer office. This has been my office for over 20 years. So I'm going to do a little narration until somebody yells, seal! Because that's what I do out here. So we're backing out of Burroughs Wharf. Burroughs Wharf got its name for the obvious. It was owned by a guy named John Rowe. So what else would we call it? John Rowe happened to own 3 ships. In particular, the Eleanor, the Dartmouth, and the Beaver. Anyone know what those ships were involved with? Anybody know? Just yell it out.
Tobacco?
No, it wouldn't be tobacco. It would be tea. Yes, even lay on the accent. Yes, the Boston Tea Party, which took place right off the front of the boat up here, which you'll see when we turn. You'll see it off the right-hand side of the boat. The Boston Tea Party took place up Griffin's Wharf, right through the other side of that rusty iron bridge. That's the Northern Avenue Bridge, conveniently stuck in the open and broken position. That's a turnstile bridge. But right up there, through the opening, you can see the Boston Tea Party Ships and Museum, the former site of Griffin's Wharf, where on the night of December 16th, 1773, as you remember from your history books, the colonists came down and they dumped 92,000 pounds of tea into Boston Harbor, turning Boston Harbor into the world's largest teapot, all the while yelling, "No taxation without representation, thank you very much, Bad King George." proving once and for all that we here in Boston do not know how to make a decent cup of tea. Apparently you don't mix it with cold, salty water. Who knew, and back then who really cared? This is why we are a coffee-drinking town. You ask anyone visiting from the UK, they will guarantee that they have not had a decent cup of tea since they left home. You think about 92,000 pounds of something that weighs absolutely nothing. I mean, that's a lot of tea.
I got it.
So, we're going to be cruising along South Boston all the way out to Castle Island. And one of the things I want you to know is that if you look on all the sides of the boat at this point in time, look at all the land that you can see at this point in time, and realize that there is no original land in sight. Everything you were looking at is man-made land. 75% of Boston sits on man-made land. Boston was founded on the Shawmut Peninsula, a little spit of land that stuck out into what was then a massive harbor. But the peninsula was very rocky, not conducive to farming, so they became fishermen, and if you're going to go fishing, you need ships, so they became shipbuilders, and in order to accommodate all that waterfront business, they needed more land. So they began to build out the city of Boston to the point where 75% of Boston sits on man-made land. Now we're going to use that bridge back there as a reference point. Everything to the right of that rusty iron bridge is Boston, and everything to the left of that bridge is South Boston, or Southie if you live here, or if you lived here with me 350 years ago, you would have called this South Bay, because this was all a very shallow, marshy part of Boston Harbor. So South Boston is entirely built on man-made land. You're going to hear me say that a lot during this tour. You'll be tossing in your sleep for at least a week with that phrase going through your minds. Now this big brick building off the right-hand side with a sloping glass front, that is the John Joseph Moakley Federal Courthouse. You all probably heard of that notorious gangster Whitey Bulger, also known as an entrepreneur with a gun. That's where his trial was held. And the Varsity Blues trial was held there. Lori Laughlin, her trial was in there as well. That building sits on what we call Fan Pier, because it's a pier shaped like a fan. Bostonians not very creative when it came to naming things. Sort of tendency to default to the obvious. You see the Vertex Pharmaceutical Campus here. This is the Innovation District here in Southie. And all of these buildings, these are brand new buildings. And to give you a sense of how new they are, if you look up ahead, you see the Goodwin building, that's easy to spot. Right in front of it is a 4-story building with an overhanging 4th floor, the ICA. ICA stands for I Can't Act. No, actually it stands for the Institute of Contemporary Art, which of course tells you what kind of art you will find inside the building. But take this in. That building was built in 2006. And up until 2013, that 4-story building was the tallest building in this entire area. All of these other buildings have popped up since 2013 on land formerly known as parking lots, which is why you literally cannot park a car in Boston anymore.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, plenty of him.
Yeah.
So all of these buildings popped up, and a lot of the reason why they popped up here on the waterfront and why South Boston and the Seaport District are under this massive redevelopment is because of the cleanup of Boston Harbor. And we're going to talk about the cleanup of the harbor a little bit later on in the tour when we get out to the out by Castle Island. Now I hope you have your cameras out, because there's some pictures to take. Obviously any sea life you see, you want to take a photograph of that, and you want to post it to Instagram, and you want to hashtag or follow or tag and
Do all of those things.
do what? Oh, do all of those things. So hashtag, tag, and follow at Save the Harbor.
Yes.
I know a lot of words, but I have to memorize those.
And what happens to the best photo?
And if you get the best photo, and I'm the judge, by the way, so pictures of me are apt to win. But if the best picture that gets posted wins a $50 gift card, which you can keep. You don't have to return. Now, your first picture opportunity is going to be of yourself on a boat. Look in the reflection of this building on the starboard side. There we are. What a nice-looking crowd. Oh, my goodness. Sort of fragment. It's sort of like a Picasso. Don't you think? That's a brand new building out here, of course, as are the two brand new buildings behind it. Those buildings sit on Pier 4. Pier 4 used to be home to one of the top grossing restaurants in the nation. It was owned by a guy named Anthony. It sat on Pier 4, so of course it was called Anthony's Pier 4, right? When he first opened his doors back in the 1960s, he gave all the cab drivers in Boston a free lunch, proving two things. One, there is such a thing as a free lunch. But two, really good marketing skills. You get into a cab, you ask for a restaurant recommendation. The response was always the same. Oh, you got to go down to Anthony's Pier 4 restaurant. Best seafood in Boston. That is the extent of my Boston accent. I am originally from Connecticut, which is why you can understand every word I say. Oh, he said that out loud. Now we're passing Commonwealth Pier. This is Boston's World Trade Center under a total renovation. This is slated to open in another 2 years or so. I've seen the plans for it. It's pretty wild. A lot of stuff's going to be going on down here. There are like 6 different performance spaces, all enclosed. Now, Commonwealth Pier is actually where the transatlantic steamships used to dock back in the heyday of steamships. The Queen Mary and the Queen Elizabeth used to dock here. But now with the Ted Williams Tunnel, ships of that size can't sail into the harbor anymore because they draw too much water and the harbor is just not deep enough. Now we come up on the offices of Save the Harbor, Save the Bay. Where else would we be but in the Fish Pier? So this is the South Boston Fish Pier. It is the oldest working fish pier in the country, actually, although it's only been in operation since 1914. And so I don't quite understand that designation. I live in the oldest fishing port in the country, up in Gloucester, and I know we have fishing piers up there. I can smell them twice a day at low tide. But you'll see one of the fishing boats here. There were a bunch on the other side. One of the fishing boats in the fleet. These are called stern draggers because the simple reason they drag for fish off the stern of the boat. These boats go out about 150 miles out to Jeffrey's Ledge, George's Bank, some of the most fertile fishing grounds in the world. They unfurl those nets, they drag for fish. Fish are brought back to the fish pier, they're offloaded, iced down and put in the back of these trucks and delivered throughout New England or brought across the harbor to Logan Airport and delivered throughout the world. So fish from Boston can be found all over the world. Big white tent, that's not for camping, that's a concert venue. That is now known as the Leader Bank Pavilion. Every year some other bank ponies up the money for the naming rights. Over 5,000 seats under that tent. And in between the tent and our boat we have a great example of what we call dry dock. We have these 2 piers, and you have that metal gate in the middle. The way this works, if you need to work on the hull, the bottom of a very large ship, like 4 times the size of the one we're on, you would open that gate and let all the water in. You would float the ship in, close the gate behind it, and then pump all the water out. And now you have a ship high and dry in dry dock. And now you can work on the hull, bottom of the ship. You can do your welding, patching, what have you, and you can do all that without drowning. So that's a good thing. Now we're coming up on a unique opportunity, especially if you're from New York. You see these triangular vents here on the starboard side. On the port side, the other side of the boat, we have the same triangular vents. And when we're in between these vents, you want to take advantage of this unique opportunity. You want to look down through the water, and if you're really gullible, you might be able to see the cars going through the Ted Williams Tunnel as we sail over it. But only if you're incredibly gullible or from New York. And I mention New York only because I've got a young man up here who is just very daring. He is actually wearing a Yankees cap here in Boston Harbor. And I have the good fortune of being able to tell him what's going to happen with his hat at some point during this trip. Boston Harbor is known for isolated gusts of wind, and they pick up particularly Yankees caps, and they toss them over the side of the boat, where they go down to the bottom of the harbor and rest comfortably with A-Rod's career. So I talked about all this man-made land. Let's talk about how they did this, because we're cruising along the shoreline of South Boston, and we see this rock retaining wall. This is all you're going to see along the shoreline of this entire harbor tour is rock retaining walls, and then of course wharves and piers, but all indications that everything we're looking at is man-made. So the way they did this was they would build these wharves out into the harbor, and then they would build a wall in between the wharves, and they would push dirt into that space, displacing the water, creating land. They'd build another wall further down the wharf, they'd push in more dirt, creating more land, and this became known as the wharfing out of Boston. What else would you call it? And over the next 400 years, this is all the land that we have built. I will show you the most recent land built here in the harbor. I actually watched them build it. But I know a lot of you were looking at me saying, David, that's an enormous amount of dirt. Where did all that dirt come from? You must tell us. So there were 3 hills in Boston. There was Fort Hill. Fort Hill is completely gone. That entire hill was chopped down, pushed into the harbor over the years. Copp's Hill in the north end is substantially shorter. And Beacon Hill had 3 peaks on top of it. It was known as Tri-Mountain. Today, we only remember that in Tremont Street. That's where Tremont Street takes its name. So those 3 peaks leveled off, pushed into the harbor, and then another 60 feet of Beacon Hill itself. Beacon Hill, where the State House stands today, is the 3 peaks have gone, and it's 60 feet shorter. All that dirt pushed into the harbor to create a lot of this land. But then, of course, they ran out of dirt. Being resourceful, they went southwest of Boston to the town of Needham. Needham had a whole bunch of hills. Somebody in Needham must have said, go ahead, take the hills. We don't need them. And all that dirt brought up to Boston and put in 2 primary locations. One, a neighborhood of Boston we call the Back Bay. And it's called that because it was the bay on the back of Boston. From the Charles River all the way over to the Prudential Building. That is all man-made land, where the streets are laid out like a grid. You can never get lost, right? Because we alphabetized the streets as well. We're showing off, really, is what we're doing. Because you notice in New York, the streets are also just laid out like a grid. But in New York, they can only handle numbers. So it's 1st Street, 2nd Street, 3rd Street, all the way up to 354th. They can count high, but it's still only numbers, right? In Boston, we use words, because we can, because we need to compete with New York on every level possible. And then we alphabetize them just to show off. So we've got Arlington, Berkeley, Clarendon, Dartmouth, Essex, Fairfield, Gloucester, Hereford. Yes, I practiced. So there we go. Just continuing our competitive streak with New York. Got to do it. Now, the rest of that dirt from Needham, they filled in the Back Bay, and the rest of that dirt went on the other side of the harbor to Logan Airport. There were 3 little islands on the other side of the harbor, and if you're on the right-hand side of the boat, you will be looking at the airport on the way back in, so don't worry. You won't miss it. But the Logan Airport, that whole area over there used to have 3 little islands back before the 1920s. There was Bird Island, guess what landed on it? Apple Island, guess what grew on it? And Governor's Island, well, guess who owned it? Governor Winthrop, first governor here in the Mass Bay Colonies. So they filled in all the land in between those islands to build Logan International Airport, 2,400 acres of man-made land, the 19th busiest airport in the country. And if you look along the shoreline of Logan Airport, you will see a rock-retaining wall reminding us it's all man-made land. Speaking of Logan Airport, here comes a plane. It'll fly over the bow of our boat. If we're lucky, another plane will fly over the top of our boat and give us a haircut up here.
American Airlines coming. Just so you know.
Airlines coming in from Miami. Look at that. It is American Airlines. Holy moly. So now we come up on what I like to call the most colorful, if not the most scenic part of our tour. That is the Conley Container Terminal over there. You see those big gantry cranes, and you'll notice they're not very tall. If you've ever been out to Oakland, cranes out there are about 10 times the size of these, but these sit directly in the flight paths of Logan Airport. So there's a very serious height restriction over here.
What are the cranes used for?
The cranes are used to offload these intermodal or interlocking containers that come in on container ships here at the container terminal. They put them on the back of flatbed trucks, and off they go throughout New England. And you'll see a dredging barge over there in the channel, and you'll see some more out in the harbor, out off Castle Island. We're dredging a deeper channel here in the harbor so that the Supermax container ships, like the one that blocked the Suez Canal last summer, well, we don't want them to block the harbor, so we're dredging a deeper channel so those Supermax container ships can actually come into the port of Boston and not only go to New York, because that would be unacceptable. We're hoping to finish this dredging this summer. They've been out here for a little over 3 years. $350 million project. Thank you for your tax dollar contributions. And if you look further up the channel there, you'll see the taller cranes there. Those were brought in last summer to be able to offload the Supermax container ship. That's where they'll dock, is way up in that section of the channel, so they're away from the airport. Here comes another plane, and my guess is it's going to go right over my head, so I'm just going to duck.
United Airlines coming in from Chicago.
And for those of you who want to know this is United Airlines coming in from Chicago, folks. Fasten your seatbelts as we land. Please remain seated until we've taxied to the gate. Then everyone stand up at once and clog the aisles.
That's pretty neat.
The next one should be more exciting because it's a bigger plane coming in from London.
Yeah, really.
It should be coming in.
The 130 from London is the big one.
The American Airlines.
Tell me of a JetBlue flight.
All right.
Yeah. Well, no, they don't come anymore.
We saw one on the last trip.
Yeah, right.
So I hope you're still keeping your eyes peeled on the water, because what we're really out here to see are seals.
Yeah. Another plane. You know, I was looking for dogs. We're already here. Is that Georgia? Oh my God! It's full of planes.
So up ahead on the right, you can see this large fortification. This is Fort Independence, christened in 1799 by John Adams, celebrating our independence from the evil British Empire.
Evil Spirit Airlines. Yeah. Evil English.
Now, Fort Independence sits on what we still call today Castle Island. We call it Castle Island because back in 1630 there was a castle that was built out here called Castle William, named for some English king or another. Basically, it was built out of mud reinforced with oyster shells. Not much integrity to the castle or the king, in my mind. There's the Spirit.
I don't acknowledge Spirit.
But we call it Castle Island not only because it was the castle on it, but this used to be an island, literally an island off the coast of Boston. So everything between this fortification and the tall buildings in downtown Boston, man-made land. You notice how South Boston is completely flat? Why would you build a hill? That's a lot of extra work and a lot of extra dirt. So we're going to turn here, and there are two things I want to point out to you, and then I'm going to talk about them. You'll see out in the distance an island with two hills on it. It's got a rock retaining wall. That tells you a lot about that island. Lay eyes on that island. I'm going to talk about it in just a moment. And as we continue turning, you're going to see those giant white tanks out there. They look like dinosaur eggs. They're not. as well. So those tanks and the island with the rock retaining wall around the base of it, these two things play prominent roles in the cleanup story of Boston Harbor. This is a story I'm quite passionate about, as I spend 6 months of the year not only on the water, but actually in the water as well. This is the great turnaround story here in Boston. It is the story of the cleanup of Boston Harbor. Gone from one of the dirtiest harbors in the country to one of the cleanest harbors in the country. Now, back when Governor Dukakis was running for president, Bush put an advertisement on television, on national television, with pictures of Boston Harbor and how dirty it was, and the tagline was, "If Dukakis can't keep Boston Harbor clean, how can he clean up the country?" And Bostonians were incensed and embarrassed by this. So they went to great lengths to get this harbor cleaned up. Now, here's how the harbor got so dirty. We'll start with the island retaining wall. That used to be two flat, round circles of land, connected in the middle by a little sandbar. From above, it looked like a pair of eyeglasses, so hence we named it Spectacle Island. Today, it is the most transformed island in the... And back in the early 1900s, Boston and the city of Quincy would bring all of their trash out to Spectacle Island, and they would do this for the next 50 years. That is an enormous amount of trash. And Boston, of course, being the windy city, a lot of that trash would blow into the harbor. There was a time when there wasn't anything you could not find floating in this harbor. So one day at the top of the hill, there was a bulldozer pushing trash across the top of the hill. It sank into the trash, and it was never seen again. That was the end of dumping trash on Spectacle Island. There was simply no more room. So somebody got the idea, well, we should clean this up. We've really made a mess. Let's clean this up now. So what do you think they did?
They cleaned it.
They set fire to the trash, as one does. And for the next 10 years, Spectacle Island was a smoking, smoldering, burning island here in the middle of the harbor.
Yeah.
Welcome to Boston Harbor. Fire burned pretty much through the 1960s. So the fire eventually went out, and then, of course, they weren't done dumping on Spectacle Island. You've all heard of, driven through, walked over, and certainly helped to pay for the Big Dig. 10-lane wide highway under the city of Boston, which of course created an enormous amount of dirt, which all had to go somewhere. And there it is, on top of all the burnt trash, hence the rock retaining wall. So, when you plant a lot of dirt, you can plant a lot of grass, trees, shrubs, put in 5 miles of hiking trails, plant a park bench, and as soon as you plant that bench, you've got yourself a public park. So then you can bring in a whole bunch of sand, you can put in a lifeguard chair, and now you've got a beach. So the turnaround moral of the story here with Spectacle Island is you can be a flaming pile of trash for 10 years, and you can still turn your life around. You just remember that on a bad day. So Spectacle Island is now a public park, and Save the Harbor, Save the Bay, I run a program called All Access Boston Harbor, and we will take close to 10,000 kids out to one of these islands during the course of the summer. All, of course, funded and paid for. So that's the story with Spectacle Island, and half the reason the harbor was so clean. The other half, of course, is those big white tanks out on Deer Island, which got its name for the obvious. There used to be a whole bunch of deer out there, and it also used to be an island. Now it's a peninsula. But Boston and 43 surrounding communities used to pump all of their sewage straight into the harbor, untreated, unfiltered, unsweetened. And of course, the thinking was it would just go out with the tide. Well, what does the tide do twice a day? Turns around and comes right back, and it brings all that yummy goodness with it. So the good people of Boston and Save the Harbor, Save the Bay sued the city for the cleanup of this harbor. We are looking at a federally mandated sewage treatment plant out there. There are 12 tanks. They're 130 feet tall, and they take 1.2 billion gallons of raw sewage every day. They pump, thicken, settle, digest, and chlorinate that sewage, turn it into water so clean they say you can drink it. They pump the treated water 10 miles out into the bay, harmlessly released into the ecosystem. The solids get pumped through a tunnel under the harbor down to Quincy, reduced to fertilizer pellets. We call it black gold here in Boston. They ship those fertilizer pellets down to Florida, where they help to grow oranges. So the next time you're sipping a cool glass of OJ for your morning routine, thank your neighbors. You're welcome.
Where's Georgia?
So those big white tanks out there is officially the second largest collection of human waste on the continental U.S. And people always ask me, well, what's the first? And that's really easy to answer. That, of course, would be Yankee Stadium. You saw that coming.
Where's George's Island?
George's Island is on the other side of Long Island, where that water tower is.
Okay.
It's on the other side.
Yep.
David, this is where we saw the seal last time, right?
So this is where we saw Sammy the seal on the last trip. He didn't look like he was out for exercise, so I don't think he's gone too far. He was looking a bit chubby. Just floating in the sun, enjoying his life. So keep your eyes peeled. While you keep your eyes peeled, I'm going to keep my lips sealed. Take a little break in talking. And remember to yell if you see Sammy the seal.
Do we hear something? Like seagulls or? Yeah. Alright, is it me?
No, you just got to be looking. He's shy.
Yeah, sure.
We converted him. Thank you.
I think there's something straight ahead. It's like a white type of. Seems like it's bobbing, that's why. From the trash, right.
So other things you'll see out here are some birds. The black oily birds you'll see are called cormorants. And if you see them flapping their wings, sitting on something dry, it's because they just had a fish and now they're digesting. You'll also see some gulls. And you'll notice I don't call them seagulls because there's actually no such thing as a seagull. There's 36 variety of gulls. Most of the gulls we'll see here in Boston are graybacks, blackbacks, and the third one, herring gull. Thank you.
Fullback.
Now, I have a theory about these gulls. When you're out at sea and you see one of those, you call it a seagull, right? Because that makes sense. So if you're in the harbor, you'd call it a harbor gull, right? Where we are now. But if you were out in the bay, what would you call that one? Bagel. Whoa! I never thought of that. Wow, a bagel. That's where bagels come from. That's amazing.
I thought they were vegan.
Right?
I thought the bagels were vegan.
You're definitely not kosher for pasta, right? Oh, it's a nice piece of trash. Look, Mom. So much warmer than I thought. I expected it to burn out. Nice piece of trash. I saw that one.
That's actually not trash. That's the remains of our inflatable seal.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Now there's something up there towards, like, there's like a brown, black thing. straight ahead.
Over there? Yeah, that's too big.
Good spotting, yeah. That's the right attitude, though.
What is it though? It's like almost like a boat or something.
Yeah. Someone's in it too.
Yeah, right. You can't kayak or anything off of here.
Sure you can.
You can?
Yeah, there are no laws against it.
Oh, I thought there might be.
It's not a very smart thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say you.
Oh yeah, we see kayakers here quite a lot.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Kayak right out to the islands.
Yep.
It looks like a boat. Is it a boat?
Looks like a little canoe.
Oh yeah. But we have.
David, do we give the seals the right time for the trips?
I sent that memo out yesterday.
Same thing happened last spring when I was out on this.
Oh, who'd you go out with last spring?
I think it was him, was there or Ferry,
last year.
or was it the COVID before, or was it right before?
We did it 2019.
Maybe my years are blurred because of COVID. 2019. There was a guy named Barry.
That would have been a different trip.
No, it was Save the Harbor, Save the Bay.
Oh.
This guy Barry's a volunteer guy. I remember him.
Remember David?
Yep.
I remember Barry.
Cohen? I don't know. And I'm out on Spectacle Island all the time in the summer.
Oh yeah.
It's just awesome for walking, picnic, and swimming.
How do you get to it?
Take the ferry from here. Long Wharf, half hour. I think it's 20, 25. You can spend the day there. It's awesome.
We do free cruises every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday to Spectacular, Georgia.
Oh, really? From where?
From, this year it will be either from the Commonwealth Pier, over there, or from Fan Pier, depending on the day.
George's Island, I used to go as a child with school trips, and we met Edward Rowe Snow.
Oh, gosh.
Who would tell us the story of the Lady in
White?
Lady in Black. I even have his autograph.
That's amazing.
Yeah, we went out. That was got to be, might have been late 70s, early 80s. I was very little. Oh, yeah. It's too bad they don't have the funds to keep up with George's Island because it's just disintegrating, the old forts.
The old fort, yeah, DCR does a decent job, but there's so much of it. Yeah.
But I live in Winthrop, and I like what they did actually with Deer Island. So even though it's a sewer, great harbor walk. It's fantastic. Nantucket lightship. I guess that was used before they had lighthouses.
Yeah, I wonder. David usually does a little spiel about it. Try not to scare up the seals.
I don't even recognize the skyline anymore.
know, right?
But you get a beautiful view of the skyline of Boston from here. And up ahead, on the right, this is all East Boston, or Eastie, if you live here. And you'll see my favorite boat in the harbor, the Nantucket lightship. Nantucket is an island off the coast of Cape Cod, as you mostly know, or most of you know. Once the whaling capital of the world. Once actually owned by my great times 11th grandfather. He bought the island in 1659. Cost him £30 and 2 beaver hats. And he left me no land. So I'm a little bitter about that. That explains the little chip on my shoulder. But Nantucket is surrounded by 90 miles of shallow waters known as the Nantucket Shoals. And to that end, they put 3 of these floating lightships out and around the shoals to protect ships from running aground. You can imagine sailors had an enormous amount of free time on a ship actually going nowhere. And to pass the time, they took up the hobby of basket weaving. And these became known the world over as the Nantucket lightship baskets. If you have one, it's worth a little over $30,000 today. An original.
Anything you'd like to see?
And this lightship here is actually a floating museum telling the story of the Nantucket lightships. You can visit the ship.
Probably sometime around.
Check the website, nantucketlightship.org. My friend Bob Menino maintains the ship. Gives a wonderful tour.
Yeah.
Kids are already flying.
They're not coming out.
Early this morning, there was only one.
There were 2.
Well, there were 2.
Yeah.
Oh, we saw 2 different ones, not the same one twice.
Yeah.
I'll go along with that.
Boston is known for having
We might see some up by the Charles River Basin. The tide's coming up. Like the smorgasbord on
We talk about that. And a really good beer garden. Cider.
So off the starboard side, you see this spaceship-like structure, or vaccine needle of the larger variety. That sits on Piers Park, which was actually misnamed. Piers Park actually sits on a wharf. There's a difference between a dock, a wharf, and a pier, so let's get to it. You see a dock in between these two. The dock floats in the water, goes up and down with the tide. A wharf is built on granite blocks, like where that monument is. Those will last generations, for sure. And a pier, like the one appearing before us now, these are built on wood pilings. And as you can see, they don't last as long. Now, I'm going to give you what I call first date material. And that is the origins of the word wharf. W-H-A-R-F. Comes from England, of all places. Warehouse at riverfront. Wharf. That's first date material. I'll give you last date material in a few minutes. But take a look at these little houses off to the right. Little houses, teeny little windows, not really celebrating the harbor at all, set back away from the water, because those houses were built when this harbor was absolutely disgusting. So disgusting, in fact, to work on the harbor, you needed to have a tetanus shot in advance of working out here on the water. But then when you clean up the harbor, that big transformation story I told you about, now look at the construction along the waterfront here in East Boston. Millions of dollars worth of condominiums, floor-to-ceiling windows, balconies overlooking this beautiful harbor, and, of course, the million-dollar view of the skyline on the other side. So this is what cleaning a harbor can do. It can literally transform the waterfront of a harbor town. We see this big ship coming up. This is the Caledonia. This is a floating oyster bar. They don't sail anywhere, but you can come down here in the summer months, stand in line, because it's a very popular destination for oysters.
Yeah, the oysters can't wait.
So you want to keep your eye peeled along the shoreline here, in and amongst the pilings. You never know who you're going to see. There's a cormorant off to the right. Well, there was. Went down for fish. This docking system off to the right here, you see those 3 concrete blocks that they built the docks around. Those concrete blocks are the remains of the old penny ferry landing. This was, in fact, the longest running ferry in the nation, 1632 to 1951. And as the name would suggest, it cost a penny. At one point, it cost a pretty penny. They tried to raise the fare to a nickel, and they were quickly reminded how Bostonians love to revel. Nobody took the ferry until they dropped the fare back down to a penny. Now look at the shoreline here. Condominiums over here at Clippership Wharf. That rock retaining wall. I actually watched them build all of this land right here. Recently, like 6 years ago. They wharfed all this out and built all this land, and then put all these condos on top of brand new land, much to the dismay of the little houses behind them.
They want to stand over there.
This is all brand new real estate here in this part of East Boston.
Where are the ducks?
Ducks?
Yeah. Aren't there ducks around?
There are. Yeah, I saw some.
You don't? I mean, they duck and leave.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Might be a silly one again. 1, 2, 3.
So again, looking along the shoreline, all these rock retaining walls. And you see this tall building up ahead, Live Eddie, Live Eddie? I don't know which one it is, and I don't know who Eddie is, but clearly he's doing well. That building sits on land formerly known as Noddle's Island. Noddle's Island is the original landmass that has now become East Boston. So But what that means is from this tall building all the way back down to the other end of the airport, man-made land. Absolutely extraordinary.
Are those residents?
Nice people over there on the rocks. Sorry they missed the boat. We've got some boats from the Courageous Sailing Center out. Looks like the captain's going to play a little game of dodge 'em. Hey. Channel 5. Amazing. Okay.
Those are the mammals we were going to see.
Yeah, great. So on the last trip we went over to the Navy Yard and checked out the water over by the mouth of the Charles. Didn't see anything over there, aside from a lot of history, of course. But so we're going to try the other river here in Boston. There are two freshwater rivers that feed into Boston Harbor, the Charles, of course, and the river up ahead, the Mystic River, which the Native Americans originally called the Mistook River, but someone clearly mistook the Mistook for the Mystic. It was a mistake. You see where I'm going with this? So we settled on the Mystic River, and the bridge, of course, is the Mystic Tobin Bridge. Mystic for the river it spans, Tobin for the governor who wanted the bridge to be built. So we slapped his name on that as well. This is a 2.5-mile long bridge. Not a lot of people know that. Primarily a land bridge. It only spans 850 feet of water. But at 2.5 miles long, this bridge is half a mile longer than the Golden Gate Bridge. Yeah, who saw that coming? It's not half a mile prettier, I'll grant you that.
1:30 departure.
That is a double-decker bridge, the longest bridge in New England, commonly referred to as Boston's longest parking lot, any weekday morning.
I'm not going on the third trip.
That's a trademarked color. Anyone want to guess what color green that is?
Boston green.
It's not Boston green, it's more specific.
Porter green.
I'll give you a clue. It is a color green you will never, ever find in New York.
Porter green.
And you got it right there. Fenway green.
That's Porter green.
24,000 gallons of Fenway green paint on that bridge.
We just had extra paint. That, I don't know if you had is that our Porter green. What's on it? That's a costly bridge.
$1.50.
I know. Yeah. Mom, remember the other day I got lost there and I was lost. You never want to do that.
It's very easy to get lost in this boat.
I know, like seriously, like you make just one wrong turn trying to get on 93, forget it, you're there. Because it goes right to the airport. We throw it in. Well, I mean, well, no,
We're not looking for beach whales.
Yeah, there you go. Wow, that's harsh. That's harsh. Oh, no, I know. I walked into that.
I told my daughter to wear 2 pairs.
I'm surprised they didn't build a prison.
I just expected it to be so much colder.
Is there any?
Usually 10 degrees.
Oh, there was.
Which one?
There was a prison on Deer Island. There was
And keep your eyes out
Castle Island.
towards the mouth,
There was.
towards the river, this flat glassy area.
Why
I
did they
just saw
stop?
something
Well,
for a second.
kind of inconvenient to get
Yeah.
get to work by boat.
Right. Still a place to store people.
This is the mouth of the river, and the tide's just shifting back to go in.
Now a hotel.
It's not the exact ideal
Now
moment.
they've got the jail up on Charles. They call it the Glamour Slammer.
This is where they hang out. This is the fish buffet.
That's not gonna last long.
All the bait hanging. Bait's going back up the river, coming out of the river. Perfect bite-sized morsels for a seal.
Is that a school out there? Okay. Yeah, it looks like a project, but no, that's on Bunker Hill. Yeah. That's all right. Yeah, it's a tugboat. No, I don't think they're building boats. They do build boats. The bridge is open.
You see the Chelsea Creek Bridge opening there, off to the right. Maybe they thought we were going to go up that way. But we turn here, you can see the little bit of the Mystic River under the bridge. And a little bit further up, on the right-hand side of the Mystic River, you will find what I like to call last date material, and that is Boston's largest export. And that would be scrap steel, which if you're bringing that up on a on a date, it's probably going to be your last, because this is just not all that interesting. If that's all you got, you should probably lose my number. Our largest import, of course, right behind us, those big oil containers, foreign oil is our largest import here in Boston. The funny thing about the scrap steel is a lot of that scrap steel leaves from the right-hand side of the Mystic River, and it goes halfway around the world, and it comes back to Boston on the other side of the river in the form of Subarus and Volkswagens and cars in general. So it lands 850 feet from its origination, but goes halfway around the world just to get back here.
Oh yeah.
They stopped it for a while.
Yeah, during COVID. No, it's back running.
Yeah. That's a cheap boat ride.
Yeah. All those cruise boats are cheap.
I know.
Beautiful day. Stack it up against the traffic, the gas, and the parking fees.
True, yeah. But just to have a nice boat ride, I would take it. Have a nice boat ride, yeah.
This is your first time on a boat? Cool.
Are you ready to swim? No, I was just kidding with you. Yeah, I know. I know you know.
Are there being new buildings over there?
Is that the roast candy?
David, what's that in the pier over there?
No, roast Kenny's.
David, what's that over between the piers over there? Is that a little Sammy the Seal?
Gas dock.
Yeah, I see the top of his head.
It's a little far off, but I think we've got a seal off between the piers over here on the starboard side. It's about to go behind the piling. Little harbor seal head. Just to the right of that corner piling, right in front of this gray building. And now it's behind the piling.
It's just over here.
If it goes under, it's a seal. If it's not, it's a piece of wood.
It disappears.
We'll know as soon as it disappears. David, can I do my little routine? You got a few minutes here? Delaney, I'm going to do my little thing here. Delaney, I'm going to do my little thing.
Okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Chris Mancini. I'm the Executive Director of Save the Harbor, Save the Bay, and I just wanted to start by thanking all of you for coming out today on our first marine mammal safari in 3 years. This is our first time out. Thank you. And you guys may not realize it, but you're doing us all a huge favor by being here on a free trip. How's that possible? I mean, these are public resources. This is a public harbor, and we always say we always have room on the boat, and that has always been true until this trip. This is our first fully packed trip, also in 3 years. So you guys are pioneers in that way. And David's given us a ton of great information. We have a few more minutes to actually see Sammy the Seal, or one of our harbor porpoises, and if we don't, we will refund your money. So have no fear. But Save the Harbor, we've been here since 1986. We were founded to help with the protection and restoration of Boston Harbor. We helped with the enforcement to help build that sewage treatment plant that we saw out there. And before that, over 300 million gallons of raw sewage a day were coming out into this harbor. 300 million gallons a day is now being treated and cleaned. And we now, as David said, have one of the great environmental turnaround stories here. In fact, the beaches of South Boston, Carson Beach, M Street Beach, are now the cleanest urban beaches in the country. So when you think of Massachusetts and the Bay State, I know we often think of Cape Cod and Gloucester and Cape Ann, but you can take the Red Line to some of the cleanest urban beaches there are. So, and to that end, Save the Harbor, you know, we kick off our free programming each year with this trip, with the Marine Mammal Safaris, but we do over 250 free events, programs, and activities all year long starting now. We will be on the beaches in South Boston and Dorchester for our annual Youth Beach Bash and Splash, at Malibu Beach, at Carson Beach. We do cleanups with volunteer groups. There are concerts, there are movie nights, there are camps on all the public beaches, from Nahant up in the North Shore near Lynn down to Nantucket in Hull. And hope you all will continue to join us at some of these events as we go through this summer. I think as we all look around this boat, we can see there is, in fact, a demand for free programs and events. And the reason we do these programs and events for free, the reason we don't charge, is because you're already paying for them. You already own this resource. We are all paying for that $5 billion investment in the sewage treatment plant through our water and sewer bill. Whether you rent or you own or you're visiting family or friends, we're the ones responsible for that. And so it's just, we think, the people's right to have access to this great place. And we really thank you all for coming out, showing people, because we're going to be doing a lot of press about this. We've got some photos that we've been taking. We've asked you all for group photos, and that's how we pay for this. We send that out to our funders. We put that in the press. And we can't do it without those partners. So I want everyone here to give a big round of applause, first and foremost, to Mass Bay Lines, who is donating these trips to us every single year. Carrie and Jay Spence, our great captain here, thank you so much for making this possible. You guys are fantastic. And a number of other sponsors and supporters, from the Liberty Mutual Foundation, JetBlue, Massport, some of our big sponsors each year, as well, including the Comcast Foundation, and who's the other big one? The Coca-Cola Foundation. There, I got it. All right. So without that, we can't make these trips free and open to the public. And a couple final pitches for you. I know I'm throwing a ton of information at you, but we do have... Oh, David, you already gave us the pitch on the jobs, right? We have jobs for people 15 to 24 for the summer. You can talk to Kristen. She's on the boat, and she will tell you how you can apply for a job. Come out with us all summer and help people connect to these resources. And what's my final one? Oh, right. Yeah, even if we... you know, with all these initiatives, all the work we're doing to keep these places equitable, open, and accessible to everybody in the area, while we may not be able to feed the marine mammals, we still feel like we are serving a small porpoise. There you go.
Good trip.
Yeah, good trip, and we'll be here all the rest of the day. So, as we come into the dock, again, as I said, these are free trips. You will see a donation bucket if you feel so moved. You know, please feel free to throw a couple bucks in there to help us augment the resource to keep these trips free. And we of course appreciate all of that. So thank you all for being here. I'm going to turn it back over to David to give us the final notes.
We're not there yet.
We're not. Wait, this is on our dock? It looks different, so I'm... Okay, well this one looks different, so that explains that.
Thank you, David.
Big round of applause for David Coffin. If you clap loud enough, he'll sing you a song. Our last best chance, as we come around, we'll come up towards the Charles River here, again the mouth of another river. The tide is turning back to go coming in again, but this is where we'll see seals. We've been seeing them over by the Coast Guard boats over the past couple days, so that's another good place to look. Oh yes, of course, what I usually start with, but I'm going to do here, we usually start with a land and water acknowledgement. We've heard the names of a lot of old white guys that a lot of this stuff is named after, but we do make sure we want to recognize that we are on the lands and waters of the Massachusetts and Patuxent people, as well as their neighbors, the Wampanoag and Nipmuc peoples, who stewarded and continue to steward this land for centuries. And of course, an acknowledgement is important but insufficient, so we will keep doing that, recognizing that we are on taken land and waters. But we are going to continue to try to make these places as publicly accessible and open as possible for as long as we can.
Excuse me. Why is that pier? That's a pier 4. Is that a different town? Like, why is that?
Charlestown.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's confusing, though, I bet. So close.
Navy Yard.
That's the Navy Yard.
So all of this land off the right side of the boat, this is Charlestown. Charlestown is actually a neighborhood of Boston named for King Charles, who liked to slap his name on everything in sight. Charles River, Charlestown. Kings had very large egos. And this was all part of the Charlestown Navy Yard, the second oldest Navy Yard in the country. First oldest down in Washington, D.C. This was an active Navy Yard from 1800 to 1972, when President Nixon woke up one morning and realized that Massachusetts was the only state in the country not to vote for him. So with retribution in mind, he closed our beloved Navy Yard, which is why we have all these condominiums along the waterfront now. But 20% of the Navy Yard remains as a national park, and of course we stubbornly call it the Charlestown Navy Yard. We have two ships here, the Uss Cassin Young coming into view here, World War II Fletcher-class destroyer. This was the last Navy vessel to have been struck by a kamikaze pilot, but they didn't sink the ship, and she stands as a floating museum here in the Navy Yard. And coming into view is another ship, the oldest commissioned warship afloat in the world, the USS Constitution,
Here, Mom, spin around.
which of course earned her undying fame and her famous nickname in the War of 1812 when she encountered the HMS Guerriere, which you'll notice actually rhymes with the word derriere, which was in fact the last part of the ship we saw as we sank her beneath the waves, bottoms up and all. Cannonballs bouncing harmlessly off the sides of the Constitution. Some excitable seaman was heard to say, "Huzzah! Her sides are made of iron." Which, of course, they're not. They're made of 22-inch thick Georgia live oak, but strong enough wood to repel or stick any cannonball of the day. And I say stick because at the end of that battle, there were 19 cannonballs stuck in her sides. So the cannonball stuck, so does the nickname Old Ironsides. Constitution never lost a single one of her 42 battles. That is Boston's only undefeated team, right there. And if you see the rigging of the ship and the Bunker Hill Monument up there on the hill, those two monuments, so to speak, are represented beautifully in that cable-stayed bridge over there. You see the monument and the bridge, the cable stays representing the rigging of the USS Constitution. That is the Leonard P. Zakin Bunker Hill Memorial Bridge, a 10-lane wide cable-stayed bridge. At the time it was built back in 2003, it was the widest of its kind in the world. Now it's not even close. But it marks the entrance to the Charles River there. To the left you see the TD Garden, where we like to spank any team from New York. Charles River, of course, runs 80 miles up to the town of Hopkinton. I don't know if we have any marathoners on board, but as the marathoner runs, it's only 26.2 miles. But as the river meanders, it's 80 miles, 92 bridges, and 24 dams.
It's like a new challenge. Run the actual route of the river. If you go fast enough, you go right on it. Now we're talking.
So here at the Coast Guard Station, this is the former site of Edmund Hart Shipyard, where the USS Constitution was actually built and launched down the ways in October of 1797. So she's berthed just a few hundred yards from her birthplace. And on the other side of the Coast Guard, that is the historic North End of Boston, the oldest neighborhood in the country. And of course, that beautiful white steeple reaching up out of the North End on top of the oldest church in Boston, here in the North End. What would we call an old church in the North End?
Old North Church.
Old North Church. I give you all the right words. You just put them in the right order. One if by land, two if by sea, and I on the opposite shore will supposedly be. Longfellow wrote a lovely poem, but historically he took a lot of liberties. Paul Revere actually wasn't waiting on the opposite shore. He was right around the corner in the North End. He saw the signal lamps. He rode over to Charlestown and began his midnight ride out to Lexington and Concord, not yelling, "The British are coming! The British are coming!" That would have confused everybody. We were all British at the time. So more than likely he was telling everybody very quietly, the regulars are turning out, or the redcoats are turning out, certainly not the British. And I will give 50 worthless points to anyone who can name for me the single female teenager who rode all the way to Hartford, Connecticut and didn't get caught, unlike Paul Revere. Anyone know her name? I'll give you a couple of minutes. She didn't make the poem because her name is very difficult to rhyme. Revere is an easy rhyme. I'll give you a couple of minutes. 50 worthless points on the deck here. Now we see a building under construction. This tall glass building has got a crane on the top. That's the New State Street Trust Bank. But I swear, and I'm looking for corroboration from anyone who will go along with me, wait till we get a better view of it. I think it looks like a giant glass taco. I think that's the new headquarters for Taco Bell. I'm just trying to spread rumors here. I stood at the base of that building a couple of nights ago, and I looked up and I thought, yeah, that's a taco. Take a look at that. Is that not a taco? And you see the walkway that goes around all these buildings? This is a 46-mile long walkway along Boston Harbor. It's called the Boston Harbor Walk, and it effectively reunites the citizens of Boston with what is now one of the cleanest harbors in the country. You don't own land on the waterfront here in Boston, because obviously it's all man-made land. So the Commonwealth of Massachusetts owns this land. You can lease it for up to 99 years, but you must provide access to the public to the harbor. There are a couple of exceptions. One, the Coast Guard, for security reasons, and for monetary reasons, Union Wharf over here on the right. These 3-story brick condos, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, courtyard swimming pool. You can open your window, hear me talk about you all summer long. And all that can be yours for $3.5 million. Which may sound like a lot of money, but let me break the price tag down. $500,000 will cover the condominium. The $3 million, that covers the 2 deeded parking spaces. Oh yes, that is money well spent, folks. My friend Amira up here on the top deck is now the recipient of 50 worthless points from yours truly. Sybil Luddington. Nicely done. And she didn't even use a smartphone. Even better. Why do you know that? She was doing a theater class that did a whole play on the history of that. Paul Revere, Sybil Luddington. Awesome. Nicely done. Nicely done. 50 worthless points. out one tall building here in downtown Boston. You all know it. It's the Custom House Tower. It's got the 2 clock faces on this side, the 2 more on the back side, the pyramid top. When that was built in 1914, that was the tallest building in Boston for the next 50 years. Not until the Prudential building went up. So if John F. Kennedy came back to Boston today, that is the only tall building he would recognize. And you all know that you should never set your watch by those clocks. That's due to the high wind speeds here in Boston, which wreak havoc with the minute hands of... Oh, those are mine. Sorry. You can watch time speed up and slow down on opposite sides of the building on a windy day, which is why we all, of course, lovingly refer to that building as the Four-Faced Liar. Those clocks don't tell the same time, let alone the correct time, basically, ever. Now, I talked about all this man-made land. I want to show you a really cool sight. You see the flagpole here on the end of Long Wharf? Long Wharf got its name for the obvious. It was a wicked long wharf. But as we go by, line up that flagpole down the length of Long Wharf. You'll see a gold dome that sits atop the old State House, which was built at the other end of Long Wharf. Almost a half a mile up into the heart of Boston. There it is now. Long Wharf used to be almost half a mile long, up into the heart of Boston, all the way out here to that flagpole. And everything in front of that gold dome building and to the sides, man-made land. I'm being reminded of the nest of peregrine falcons up there on the top of the Custom House Tower. And I actually know the concierge of the building, and she let me up to the balcony up above the clocks, and that puts you above the peregrine falcons. So I was looking down on the falcons, and that's a unique view, I'll tell you that. And the people and the horse-drawn carriages, they all look like little pigs. They're so small way down there. That's the way my daughter described it. I would never say that myself. But it's capped off up there on the top with the exotic metal of the early 1900s. That is aluminum, or if you're from the UK, aluminium.
I don't understand. How do you get aluminium? And again, why they think.
Да, вот этот наш. Чё?
Folks, I want to do one last pitch. We are doing a photo contest. If you got great photos today, it's an Instagram photo contest. Put them up there. Follow @SaveTheHarbor, tag @SaveTheHarbor, and hashtag #SaveTheHarbor. And we will find it. We will be reviewing those over the weekend, and we will choose from our elite panel of judges the best photo, and we will send you a $50 Visa gift card to use. That we encourage you to use it as a local business. You can use it anywhere you want. You can buy David those chocolate chip cookies. He keeps mentioning it. I just, he expects me to be a mind reader. I don't know what he wants.
No, just best picture. Yeah.
And I am one of the judges.
Ah, right.
I mean, there's 360 of them.
The pictures of me don't count.
I was going to say, you took a picture of you. I have. I kept it.
I write that into my job description.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody asked me to take their picture. I'll take it. Trust me,
see if it shows up.
Oh, sorry, honey. I was like, wow, who's breathing here? Come on in. Come on in. Ah, nice. Yeah. All right, that's the winning photo. I was like, who's breathing in me? Okay. I know.
You were taking too long.
I know. I know. I tell her that. I tell her that. This is good. Thank you. Are you a captain? Do you
No.
do boats? No,
No,
okay.
I drive the microphone.
Drive the microphone.
Yeah, it's a lot safer. When I make stuff up, no one gets hurt.
Yeah, there you go. Pretty much half was made up. Alright, wait, do you think the seals are going to come out now for the next one?
Yep.
I have a feeling.
I put out a call.
Oh, yeah. Are you using sunscreen?
Lots of influence.
Woo! It's okay. Oh. What? I'm a beach whale. What? No, that was a legitimate question. You should have sunscreen.
Oh, I know.
Well, then I'd be like, yeah, take me out for a nice dinner. Yeah. Why do you love doing chores?
Climate change.
Alright, well, we're going to make our way back into Burroughs Wharf here, give the captain and crew space and time to get the boat successfully docked and tied off and the gangway on. So it takes a couple of minutes, so a little bit of patience here. And once again, thank you all for coming out with us, Save the Harbor, Save the Bay. Take a look at our website for any upcoming trips we're doing and programmings that we're running on some of the beaches around the harbor. And get yourselves on our mailing list and post your photos. Again, thank you all for coming out with us. It's people like you that make trips like this as successful as they are. Whether we see a seal or not, we got to spend some time together out on the harbor on a boat. And that is the coolest thing ever. So thank you all very, very much.
Even though I didn't see any seals, it's still not straight.
I thought the same thing. I was watching a different rainbow that was entirely blue. What's that? Oh, yeah. What's that you got? Well, we have to walk, you know, we're just in the north end. Or we could go to the north end. So it's, well, no, we wouldn't park, we'd keep the parking.
Alright, everyone on this side of the boat. Wait,
They have a salmon.
on the dock.
$30. They have the
Wait.
a salmon.
We had a great
lunch.
time. We use this to raise money for these trips. Everybody waving. Awesome. Yeah. Awesome.
Yes. Sauteed chicken piccata. Or we could go to the north end. It's up to you. I mean, what do you feel like? You want to do a north end? I don't care. I mean, we've been to, it's a little expensive, but. And there's just a lot, so I don't know. I mean, the place I usually go, Don Ryan, I was in that place. I just feel like this is my pastry.
Yes, targets.
being left.
I felt like when there was more of the world, we made it, so we all did it together.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna get takeout for me for the Ethiopian tour. Where is it? It's in some of them.
And I, sure.
Yeah, I just thought it would be nice to
and find that with the Girl Scouts. And I think Laura's got the same.
You won't like it.
No. I think Laura's got the same attitude about that.
Did you try Ethiopian or no? I was just trying to be nice. Right, that's why I wouldn't have you walk.
But they told me
How come?
and like having a little girl, I know it's challenging. I get it. But not as challenging. Yeah.
Smile.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay. There are a lot of good places.
Stand up.
And as long as she has a choice, you'll most likely say yes because she knows that you're fun.
What's a smile?
Yeah. Well, tomorrow there's 2 teams going on, which I can't use to do one of them, which I think would be fun if it's a day like this. But yeah, there's free bike riding at 10:30, which I know is early. Really for me. But going through Boston somewhere. Really? And then there's ferry houses up in New Hampshire. I know. And I can't think of it the last year, but I think Tina would go more willingly to the front. Yeah. So I just I'll go about it.
Might be a fun outing that I was thinking about. Seeing one of the minor league teams. Tickets are pretty cheap. No,
I'm not sure, but I think it would be. I mean, I think 20 minutes of baseball is fine, but it's like 4 hours.
I hear ya.
You know? Yeah. I mean, sound is deep. Yeah. I mean, and maybe even soccer. I mean, soccer. None of us.
And never mind that.
Maybe basketball game or other. Yeah. I'm up for suggestions. Yeah. Find it. I'll yeah. We would have been like, I send something out. You're like, ooh, that looks like. And usually you had to too. Yeah. Yeah. I feel bad. So, but is it worse than? No, I mean, frankly. Bye. See you next week. Thank you. Bye. See you next week.
We've got a bunch of kids who are out right now. See if Amanda would be here if she could.
Send her any pictures. You want me to send her pictures? Oh, we didn't see any animals. It's true. We didn't see one animal.
Get your stuff.
I really have no interest in jumping off this boat. It's going to be intimidating.
Right? It's so pleasant.
It's like our own private boat. Let's party up here, guys.
Pretty dented in here.
Dented?
Yeah.
Looks like a dome.
It's like ribs or something. Real. Yeah. Drops between.
So you guys like strict taco? Like
You end up with guys who like.
also let it like go at this point.
I don't think it's intended that way.
I didn't mean it either. Like,
But today is fine.
and Violet said that they're packing lunch. Like I just had to say Violet. But I think Violet lunch I mean,
Right. Like 10 to 30.
more photo.
Come on, Matea. I think they're getting hungry. No, back. You're in the back, Matea. There you go.
Not that far back.
Stay still. Look here.
Next thing. Done. Yeah, head up. Bit closer.
Pretend like you're smiling.
Pretend like you're having
Take off those pants. What clothes I want? Can you pull those for me?
I'll grab these. I'll grab these. Can you get the rest? I'll get these.
Yep, yep. And go. I'll meet you at the flag. They want to take a picture of the girls.
So you got it from here. Your stuff's scattered all over.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna head down.
Yep.
sir. We have a problem here.
Ustedes dos vengan sentados.
The seat just a little broken.
Que cambie la silla. Trae esa silla, trae la silla. Trae la silla.
Yeah, it seemed a little. It's broken? Yeah, it ain't completely. Maybe I'm just too heavy for it. I wasn't gonna say it.
Tráela. Sí.
Let me just get behind you. Oh, there you go.
Andrea.
Oh, I need. This is me in here. Sorry. Yeah.
Allá tiene la Jocelyn 2.
Voy a poner mis lentes.
Guard my corner for me.
Ahí entre medio, agárralo con las piernas. Aquí está una, mira, ¿ven? Aquí está una. Allá está una. Señor, que ocupa una. Ponen las piernas para allá para que tengamos más espacio. Es que ahí va el señor. Ahí va el señor. Ajá, porque así él agarra la silla con las piernas y vos con las piernas. Más vale que le traiste la sillita a la niña porque mira, que no queríamos traer porque pasa subiendo escaleras abajo lo dejaste. Ahí lo dejé yo. I don't know because we make the line, but aquí is going to enter the bus or where is here? Oh, ya para aquí. already bought the boat. We are in the boat para more people ¿Ya lo cambió ya? Es que él quería estar a la par suya, por él.
Es que es mi costilla.
¿Verdad?
Es que es mi costilla.
Ah, sí. Toma agua.
Que nadie me
Llama el color.
Mommy, it's going to be cold outside. No more light now. It's going to be cold outside. Please let me know anything, okay? Okay. I'm so sorry, okay? Okay.
Late as usual.
All right, folks, we're going to get ready to go in just a moment. If I can have your attention, please. My name is David Coffin. I'm going to be your narrator for this trip, your guy with the info. Let's first make sure everyone's on the right boat, because that's important. This is the 5-day cruise to Bermuda, yeah? Hey, why not? It's the last trip of the day. We can go anywhere we want. Of course, I don't think we can get there in 3 days, but that's all right. No, this is the Save the Harvest, Save the Bay Marine Mammal Safari. And here's what we want you to do when you see anything in the water that's breathing other than a bird. So like a seal or a porpoise or, a giraffe, an elephant, whatever you have. I want everyone to use their right hand, extend all your fingers, point really authoritatively at the thing you see, and yell really loud whatever it is. All right, that way you will alert everyone else on the boat so we can all look as well. All right, I am not going to be your lookout necessarily. All right, so do you need to practice that? Should we just practice left hand? All right, ready? Left hand, here we go. Yeah, that's how it's going to sound. That's cool. Thank you for playing my little game. All right, we're going to get ready to go. If you're outside on the deck, be advised that the captain's going to hit that horn. 1 long, 3 short. That signifies that we're backing out, and if you're a small boat behind us, you better get out of the way, because we are way bigger than you. Let me get the most exciting part of the tour over with right at the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the safety announcements. Look at all the love for personal safety. I love it. All right, let's do it. We are a Coast Guard certified vessel. We have life jackets for each and every one of you throughout the vessel. In case of a water landing, please follow the directions of the captain, the crew, or the guy talking the loudest, which is always me. We are a non-running vessel. If you wanted to run, you're on the wrong boat. Should have run the marathon instead. Please, no running on this boat. There's literally nowhere to go and nothing soft to land on when you fall. Speaking of falling, please use the handrails as you go up and down the stairs. The handrails are your best friend. If the boat starts to rock and roll from a boat wake that may have passed us, please hold on to a part of the boat, not a part of the person next to you. Otherwise, the only soft thing to land on is your friend. And hopefully it's your friend, not somebody you just met on the way down. Oh my God, it's the third trip of the day. I'm going to get a little punchy. There's the horn, in case you were wondering. Now we don't have to wait for that anymore. It just jumped out of my skin. Thank you very much. So we're going to back out, and you're all going to keep your eyes on the water. We were skunked on the last trip. We didn't see a skunk. We didn't see anything. But on the first trip, we did see Sammy the seal out there, and it was the real seal, not the inflatable. So keep your eyes peeled on the water, and remember what to do. And also, we're having a photo contest. Not the best photos of me, thank you very much, but best photos of anything you think is worth taking a photograph of. And what we want you to do is post it to Instagram, and I'm going to see if I can get these words right. It's @SaveTheHarbor. We want you to follow, hashtag, and tag. You all know more about Instagram than I do, I'm sure of that, but just do it right, okay? Do it right, and I'll have done my job. So we want to get those photos posted today. It is a contest. I am one of the judges, so photographs of me don't count. But photographs of chocolate chip cookies that you gave me during this trip, those are sure to win, let me tell you. See how I did that? That's my subtle way of saying, if anyone has any chocolate chip cookies on board, I would welcome one right about now. I'm due for a snack. I'm up here on the top deck. I'm the tall, handsome guy with a microphone, in case you're wondering.
Hey, Chris, I guess you're not coming with us, huh?
That's my boss we're leaving behind on the dock. Now I can do anything. Which I do anyway.
Hey, Chris! Oh my God, look who it is! Oh, get over here.
I got a whole gate downstairs for my birthday. Oh, David.
Birthday?
Yeah, well, it was on Wednesday. Oh,
Oh my God.
I met with a kid, but he's doing his mama doing things, you know what I'm saying?
Do it. Drum me one up.
All right, well, we're backing out along of Rose Wharf here. Forget which wharf I'm on. And I'm going to do a little historical narration on this tour as well.
Did you just groan? How dare you? There's going to be a quiz in order to get off this boat, my friends. If you don't answer 5 questions correctly, you're staying for the next tour. And that's not till next week.
So we're backing out of Rose Wharf, as I mentioned. Rose Wharf, named after the obvious, as everything in Boston is named after the obvious, as you'll notice. A guy named John Rowe used to own this wharf, so it's called Rose Wharf. Not only did he own the wharf, he owned the 3 ships involved in the Boston Tea Party. Can anyone name for me the 3 ships involved in the Boston Tea Party? There are 50 worthless points at stake here. And it's not the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. Those are always the first 3 wrong answers. It's the Eleanor, the Dartmouth, and the Beaver. And if you look off to the left-hand side of the boat, you'll be able to see 2 of the 3 replica Tea Party ships. You see that iron, rusty bridge there, stuck in the broken and conveniently open position. It allows us a view down Fort Point Channel, and that is the very site of the Boston Tea Party. You've all heard of the Boston Tea Party. If you remember from your history books, December 16th, 1773, they came down, they dumped 92,000 pounds of tea into Boston Harbor. 92,000 pounds of something that weighs absolutely nothing. That you can really get away with saying that's a lot of tea. Now, they poisoned all the fish in the harbor, because fish don't like tea, certainly not here in Boston, because we drink coffee, not tea. We proved once and for all that we don't know how to make a decent cup of tea here in Boston. Apparently you're not supposed to mix it with cold, salty water. Who knew? Back then, who really cared? Just get out of town. Everyone was running around crying, no taxation without representation. Thank you very much, Mad King George. Now just leave, please. So if you're looking for a decent cup of tea, you're in the wrong city.
What?
92,000 pounds of tea literally turned Boston Harbor into the world's largest teapot. Nobody drank that water, and nobody could fish these waters because we poisoned all the fish. Now, if you look on the other side of the boat, you see that big brick building with a sloping glass front? That is the John Joseph Moakley Federal Courthouse. You don't want to be required to go in that building ever. That is where famed gangsta Whitey Bulger, that's where his trial was. Or if you don't like the word gangsta, how about entrepreneur with a gun? That's where his trial was. That building sits on what we call Fan Pier, because it's a pier shaped like a fan. Again, naming stuff after the obvious. Now, if we use that rusty iron bridge as a reference point, everything to the right of that bridge is Boston, and everything to the left of the bridge is South Boston, or Southie if you live here, which most of us do. But if you lived here as I did 350 years ago, you wouldn't have called it South Boston, you would have called it South Bay, because all of South Boston used to be a shallow, marshy part of Boston Harbor. Now, how is that possible? Well, Boston was founded on what was known as the Shawmut Peninsula, a little spit of land that stuck out into what was then a massive harbor. But the city of Boston has grown over the years, and if you look around all different sides of the boat at this point in time, I don't care which direction you look at, all the land that you can see at this point in time is man-made land. None of the land in sight was here back in 1630 when they first sailed into Boston. Really an extraordinary thing to understand about our own city. 75% of the city sits on man-made land. So you're going to hear me say that a couple of times on this tour. In fact, all you're going to see on the entire shoreline of this boat ride are wharves and piers and rock retaining walls. Wharves and piers, obviously man-made. Rock retaining walls reminding us that the land we're looking at is also man-made land. So we're going to be cruising along South Boston until we get out to the end of it, where we'll find Castle Island. I'm sure a lot of us have visited Castle Island over the years. But here on Fan Pier, we see the Vertex Pharmaceutical Campus. This is the Innovation District. And what you're getting is the water view of the Innovation District. This is a brand new district here in Boston. All of these buildings have popped up in the past 10 years. I watched them build every single one of them. The Innovation District goes right up to the Seaport District. They're not very big districts, but they are, in fact, delineated. So I picked a beautiful day to come out on the harbor today. Now, if you look up ahead, over on the starboard side, that's the right-hand side of the boat. Starboard is the right. You'll see a tall building that says Goodwin on the top. In front of the Goodwin building, you'll see the ICA. It says that on the side. That four-story building with the overhanging fourth floor. That is the Institute of Contemporary Art. That is the second most visited art museum in the city of Boston. The first one is the Museum of Fine Arts, the MMA. But understand this about the ICA. That four-story building was built on the waterfront here in 2006. And right up until 2013, that was the tallest building in this entire area. All of these other buildings have popped up since 2013. On land, I'll have you know, formerly known as parking lots, which is why it is literally impossible to park a car in Boston. So all of these buildings, brand new buildings, and the only reason they're redeveloping the waterfront here in South Boston is because the harbor is now so clean. And we'll talk about the cleanup of the harbor a little bit later on in the trip. Remember, you're keeping your eyes on the water at all times, looking for a seal or a porpoise.
Oh, you want me to burp?
Every trip needs to have a porpoise, so keep your eyes peeled. Someone up here on the top decks asked me where the whales are. Well, the only whales we're going to see on this trip might be a beached whale, and I don't think we'll see any of those. This is not a whale watch trip. We're not going offshore far enough. We'd have to go about 25 miles out to see whales, and we don't have that kind of time. So we're looking for smaller mammals. We're looking for seals, harbor seals, and if we're lucky, a porpoise. Now, the other thing we can look for is people will get a nice view of ourselves on this boat reflected in the glass of that building over there as it's angled down towards the harbor. So make sure you take a selfie. There we are. Sort of Picasso-like, all squared off. What a nice looking crowd on a boat today. That building and the two buildings behind it, recently built, they sit on Pier 4, and that was home to one of the top grossing restaurants in the nation. It was owned by a guy named Anthony. It sat on Pier 4, so of course it was called Anthony's Pier 4 Restaurant. He had a great marketing strategy. When he first opened his doors back in the 60s, he gave all the cab drivers in Boston a free lunch, proving two things. One, there is such a thing as a free lunch, after all. And two, really good marketing skills. You get into a cab, you ask for a restaurant recommendation. Cab drivers always respond to the same. Oh, you got to go down to Anthony's Pier 4 Restaurant. Best seafood in Boston. That's the extent of my Boston accent. I'm originally from Connecticut, which is why you can understand every word I say. Yeah, I can't believe you said that out loud either. Now this was Boston's World Trade Center over here on the right. It sits on Commonwealth Pier. And that building, as you can see, is under massive redevelopment. It's going to open in another 2 years or so. So even more construction happening. It'll never end until they get all the way out to Castle Island, I think. Now, we're out on the harbor. I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about fish. We're coming up on the fish pier, the South Boston Fish Pier. This is where the Save the Harbor, Save the Bay offices are. But you see those fishing boats rafted up on the side of the pier? These are called stern draggers, for the very simple reason they drag for fish off the stern of the boat. And these go out over 150 miles off the coast of Massachusetts, out to Jeffrey's Ledge, George's Bank, some of the most fertile fishing grounds in the world. They haul in their catch. Fish are unloaded here at the fish pier every morning, iced down, put in those trucks, and off they go throughout New England, or they go across the harbor to Logan Airport, where off they go throughout the world. So you can find fresh fish from Boston anywhere in the world. You want to keep your eyes peeled on the water by the fish pier, because seals, they think they're fish over here for some reason. Whole bunch of seafood restaurants along the waterfront here in Southie. Don't have to go far to get there, fish. That big white tent there, that's the Leader Bank Pavilion. Anyone gone to a concert there over the years? There we go. Every year they change the name of the bank that sponsors the name of it, depending on which bank ponies up the most money for the naming rights. But there are over 5,000 seats under that tent. Great place for a summer concert. Now, anytime you see these wharves and piers here along the waterline, you always see ducks, geese, some gulls, some cormorants. So you got to keep your eyes peeled in there, because harbor seals like to munch on some fish around them there. Got some ducks over there.
Oh.
Now we have a great example of what we call dry dock. Oh, they're coming after us. These two piers here between us and that big white tent, the two piers and that gate in the middle. If you need to work on the bottom, the hull of a very large ship, like 4 times the size of the one we're on, you would open that gate, let all the water in, float the ship in, close the gate behind the ship, pump all the water out. Now you have a ship in dry dock. Now you can weld or do some repair work on the bottom of the ship without drowning. That's always a good thing. Now we have a unique opportunity here. You only get this opportunity when you're on a boat. You see these triangular vents off to the right? And if you're on the left-hand side of the boat, you can look across the harbor and see triangular vents on the other side of the harbor as well. When we're in between these vents, we are directly above the Ted Williams Tunnel. Now, if you're really gullible, you can look down through the water and see the cars going through the Ted Williams Tunnel. But only if you're really gullible. And in case you didn't know, the word gullible is not in the dictionary. Now, how gullible are we? And speaking of fish, you see that sculpture of a codfish there on the top of the Legal Seafoods Quality Control Center. That's a functional sculpture. $750,000. The eye of that fish changes color at night according to the wind speed based on the Beaufort scale. Yes, there will be a test. See along the shoreline right here, rock retaining wall. Now I mentioned that's all you're going to see along the shoreline. Wharves, piers, rock retaining walls. So this is another reminder that this is all man-made land. You notice South Boston is completely flat. There is no... People always wonder, well, if 3/4 of Boston is built on man-made land, where did all that dirt come from? That's an enormous amount of dirt. Well, downtown Boston had 3 hills. There was Fort Hill. We only remember that in Fort Hill Avenue and Fort Hill neighborhood. But there's no hill any longer. That hill has been completely leveled and pushed into the harbor. Copp's Hill in the north end, substantially shorter. And Beacon Hill, back in 1600, had 3 peaks on top of it. It was known as Tri-Mountain. And we only remember that in Tremont Street. 3 hills. Tremont. That's the extent of my French. But the 3 hills were leveled off, and Beacon Hill itself is 60 feet shorter than it used to be, where the State House is today. All that dirt pushed into the harbor to create all of this land. And then, of course, they ran out of dirt. So being resourceful, they went southwest of Boston to the town of Needham. If you live locally, you know Needham. Well, someone must have said, go ahead, take all the hills in Needham, because we don't need them. So all that dirt was sent up to Boston. And it sits in 2 primary locations. The Back Bay, which is called that because it used to be the bay on the back of Boston. From the Charles River all the way over to the Prudential Building, that is all man-made land where the streets are laid out like a grid. And the rest of that dirt was built over here on the other side of the harbor, Logan Airport. 2,400 acres of man-made land. And of course, along the shoreline of the airport, what do you see? A rock retaining wall, of course. There used to be 3 little islands over on that side of the harbor. There was Bird Island, guess what landed on it? There was Apple Island, guess what grew on it? And of course there was Governor's Island, guess what owned it? So all those islands, the shallow water in between the islands, filled in with the dirt from Needham to build 2,400 acres of man-made land that now makes up Logan International Airport, the 19th busiest airport in the country. Plane landing or taking off just about every 90 seconds. I'm still waiting for my luggage. There's a revenue stream over there slightly higher than mine at $7 billion. They have a few more employees than I do, 18,000. It's the largest transportation hub in New England. But back here on the right side, you see that long white building says Reebok on the top? Wants to go get some sneakers? That building was built in 1910 as the South Boston Army Warehouse and Barracks. And when it was built, folks, that was the longest building in the world. For 3 whole months. Had that record. Alright, look in and amongst these pilings here on the waterline.
there's an airport. No, I don't want. Airplane? It is landing. When they're in the sky, it looks like they're like closer to us, right? When they're in the sky. They're actually all the way up. It's going. And then it's going like this. See?
Stunningly beautiful building off to the right, the blue roof. One thing I'll tell you about it is it has absolutely no historical significance whatsoever. I've probably said too much already. Now I see another plane coming in off in the distance. I don't think this one's going to come over the top of the boat. Passes first. You know, you'd think there was an airport around here. Side of that long gray building or tan building, that is the Black Falcon cruise ship terminal, the cruise ship's dock down that channel over there. And as you look ahead, you see that plane coming over the Connolly container terminal, and you'll see exactly why those cranes aren't any higher than they are. Now that's a JetBlue plane, and their timing is absolutely perfect because JetBlue was one of our biggest sponsors with Save the Harbor, Save the Bay. And they must have known we were going to be out here at this time, and they just flew across our bow, which is always better than shots fired across the bow, but there you are. But those big cranes over there, they sit at the Connolly container terminal. You can see all the containers there. I like to call this the most colorful, if certainly not the most scenic part of our tour. But those cranes can't be any higher than that because the planes fly directly over that on the approach to Logan Airport. Now these cranes extend out over the cargo bay of the large container ships that sail in and out of Boston. And they dock here, they unload those containers, put them on the back of flatbed trucks, and off they go throughout New England. Boston Harbor is the largest port of entry in New England, so these container ships come to Boston. Need a haircut? Come up to the top deck. That, folks, is what the underside of a plane looks like.
See, look. Yeah, look. Actually, might not.
Well, that's the spirit. So you'll see, out here in the harbor, you'll see a bunch of dredging barges. You can recognize them. They're barges, they've got a crane on it, and they've got a tugboat that's going to move them. And what they're doing is literally dredging a deeper water channel here in Boston Harbor, so the Supermax container ships can come into Boston. Right now, they can only sail into New York, and that's entirely unacceptable as we compete with New York on every level possible. So they're dredging a deeper water channel. They've been doing this for about 3.5 years. The guys who work on these boats are working back on that boat right there, the Wolf River. And we're going to rock and roll in this boat wing, so hold on. Alright, so coming up on the right, this is the very end of South Boston. If anyone's ever been out here, this is Castle Island. And you know as well as I do, it's not an island anymore, but it used to be an island off the coast of Boston. So this fortification, Fort Independence, literally sits on an island. Everything from this fort all the way back to the tall buildings in downtown Boston, man-made land. This was literally an island off the coast of Boston. And now we're going to turn. You can feel that wind. But there are two things I want to point out to you as we turn. So take a look here. Off to the right, you'll see an island with two hills and a rock retaining wall around the base of the island. Take a look at that island. I'm going to come back and talk about it in a minute, but it'll be behind us when I get to it. And as we continue turning, you're going to see those big white tanks out there on the end of Deer Island. And I'm going to talk about those big white tanks as well, because the tanks and the island with the rock retaining wall around it are the two-part story of the cleanup of Boston Harbor. This is the subject I'm quite passionate about. I think we all are, because this is our harbor. And Boston Harbor used to be one of the dirtiest harbors in the country, and today I can tell you it is one of the cleanest harbors in the country. This is one of the great turnaround stories here in the city of Boston. So, the island with the rock retaining wall around it, that's called Spectacle Island because it used to look like a pair of spectacles. It was two flat circles with a little sandbar in between, so we call it Spectacle Island. Now, today it's the highest island in the harbor. It's 172 feet high. It's 36 acres bigger. And how did that happen? So, back in the early 1900s, Boston and Quincy down on the South Shore used Spectacle Island as a garbage dump. They dumped all their trash out there. For 50 years, they dumped their trash on that island. And a lot of that trash, of course, would blow into the water. Boston being the windy city that it is, there wasn't anything you could not find floating in this water. None of it you wanted to find, but there it was nonetheless. So one day in the 1950s, the late 1950s, there was a bulldozer pushing trash across the top of one of those hills. It sank into the trash and it was never seen again. And that was the end of dumping trash. There was simply no more room. So what did they do? They realized they'd made a real mess. It was totally disgusting. Maybe we should clean it up. So what did they do to clean it up? They set fire to the trash, as one does, right? So that fire, it burned, I kid you not, for the next 10 years. That was a smoking, smoldering, burning island in the middle of Boston Harbor. Well, the fire eventually went out. They weren't done, of course, dumping on the island. You've all heard of the Big Dig. You've probably driven through it. You've certainly helped. 10-lane wide highway under the city of Boston, which created an enormous amount of dirt. And all of that dirt had to go somewhere, and there it is, on top of all the burnt trash. Took 10 years, 44,000 barges of dirt, rock retaining wall to keep it from sliding into the harbor. They planted a lot of grass, because now you have all that dirt. Put in 5 miles of hiking trails, some trees, some shrubs, put in a park bench. As soon as you put in a park bench, what do you have? A park, right, by definition. Then they brought in some sand, the lifeguard chair, because now you can go swimming out there. So they've converted that island into a public park. It took 100 years, but the good news, they got there. So the moral of the story with Spectral Island, folks, you can be a flaming pile of trash for 10 years, and you can still turn your life around. Yes, you can. You remember that when you're having a bad day. Would pump their sewage straight into Boston Harbor, untreated, unfiltered, unsweetened. And the good people of Boston thought, well, that's really disgusting. And they sued for the cleanup of the harbor. Now, the reason they pumped the sewage into the harbor to begin with was because they thought was, well, it will just go out with the tide, right? And it did. But what happens twice a day? The tide turns around and it brings all that yummy goodness right back in town, right? So someone only thought that plan through about 50%. So they sued for the cleanup of the harbor. That is a federally mandated sewage treatment plant out there on Deer Island. 1.2 billion gallons of raw sewage every day. That is officially the second largest collection of human waste in the continental United States. Some people ask me where the first is, and I can tell you that would be Yankee Stadium. And I only say that for my friend up here on the top deck who has the nerve to be wearing a Yankees cap in Boston Harbor. And I should take this opportunity to warn you, my friend, of these isolated gusts of wind that single out Yankee caps, hurl them into the air over the side of the boat where they go down to the bottom of the harbor and rest comfortably with A-Rod's career. Just got to get that in there for you. So back to our delightful story of sewage. Those sewage treatment plants out there, the sludge digesters, they pump, thicken, settle, digest, and chlorinate all that sewage. They turn it into water so clean you can drink it. Why you would want to, I do not know. Treated water is pumped 10 miles out into the bay. The solids, this is very cool, that gets pumped down through a tunnel to Quincy, reduced to fertilizer pellets. We call it black gold. We ship those fertilizer pellets down to Florida where they help to grow oranges. So the next time you're sipping a cool glass of OJ, thank your neighbors, thank your friends, thank me. You're welcome. Happy to be part of your morning routine. True story. So between the island cleanup and the sewage treatment plant, this is now one of the cleanest harbors in the country. I have to apologize for the planes. It's a little embarrassing, but it seems like every time I'm on a boat out in the harbor, the paparazzi go to great lengths to take my photograph. If you look at the windows on these planes, you'll see the little flash bulbs going off. It's a little embarrassing, so I apologize.
Okay,
gave this guy a microphone. I wrote stupid into my job description.
$1 for every one-liner.
Yes, it is. Look at down there. Okay, baby.
It was right along this stretch of the harbor, folks, this morning, that right along this frontier here, if I may, that we saw our harbor seal this morning, Sammy the seal. So keep an eye out in these waters here. He likes to watch the planes come in.
All the same airport.
I don't know if I have it.
Really big. Lots of different runways. Planes land on and take off. When the planes land coming this way, they take off going that way. But if the wind changes, they'll take off coming this way, and they'll land coming in. We've got lots of different angles of runways like that. All because of the wind and Boston. There's a plane up there completely got lost. They don't even know where the airport is. It's way too high to land. You have a hand on her?
I just have a party, but they went party for us. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, my hair's burning. We touched our hair. Oh, touch my hair. It's right here. Let me touch your hair. I have your hood on, so let me touch.
What we're looking for is a little gray head popping up above the water. You can see his head. It's a little trickier with the waves kicking up white caps.
Mami, ¿puedes la visita de oro? Mami, ¿puedes la visita de oro? Ya no me queda. No, okay. You play Minecraft, don't you? Why are you lying? No, you have to.
job.
You want to see my house?
You didn't have that. You didn't have that. No, why not? He's funny. No, I'm good. Look at the screen protecting.
1 million.
You didn't have that, bro?
Hey, give me
Stop talking.
Brand name.
We had our own. There's been years. It's literally like this. They got stuff there.
They obviously, it's an island, so they have to source things. But they have to.
I have to see it. We went in with Will and just, you know, that's all it was. And you can tell people was doing that. Like I said, they had them on scene. I wonder how they even make an album bigger. They done built something. The only thing was there when you was there. Like I said, I went in for the little tape. You know what I mean? It was like being in a park, like they had something. That's all I know.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Outward Bound is their headquarters out there. Yeah.
I was telling her, I was with a company years ago that did a party there. But it was nothing there.
No, there were buildings out there. Yeah. They've been there for years. There was a school out there in the 70s.
What's another little island that you could get to from this?
From on a boat?
Yeah.
Well, Spectacle Island, there's George's Island, that's got a fort on it. Levels, I mean, there's 34 islands out there.
Because what I was thinking about was, it was just like going to a piece of land. We just went out.
When was that?
Maybe 8 years ago.
Oh, that's probably Spectacle Island.
It might have been
Spectacle Beach.
Yeah,
like a visitor center.
No,
a long pier. Really long. That's Spectacle Island.
Actually, I don't think
so. Maybe I kind of confused the topics out there. Spectacle Island, that was it. No, he said, yeah, it is.
So in case you didn't know where we were, this is East Boston, or Eastie if you live here, where that giant vaccine needle is, that spaceship-like structure. That's Pierce Park. Pierce Park built on a wharf. Someone got confused, they call it a pier. There's a difference between a dock, a wharf, and a pier. A dock floats in the water, goes up and down with the tide. A wharf built on granite blocks, filled in the middle with earth, will last generations. And a pier, like the one appearing before us now, is built on wood pilings. They don't last as long, as you can see. And if you want to impress your date on the first date, I'll give you what I call first date material. And that is the origins of the word wharf, W-H-A-R-F. Warehouse at riverfront comes from England. I call that first date material. I'll give you last date material a little bit later on in the tour. But take a look at these little houses over here on the right. Set back off the water, little houses, little windows, really not wanting to be part of the harbor at all. Those houses were built when this harbor was totally disgusting. So disgusting you actually needed a tetanus shot just to work on the harbor. Now that the harbor is so clean, look at what it can do to a shoreline, waterfront of a harbor town. Look at these multi-million-dollar condos, floor-to-ceiling windows, balconies, overlooking this beautiful harbor, and of course, the skyline on the other side of the harbor. Beautiful pictures of the skyline over there. But you transform a harbor from really dirty to really clean, and you literally transform the waterfront as well. Look at all the new construction over in South Boston we saw, and all these condominiums popping up along the shoreline here in East Boston. Speaking of new, we have this beautiful tall ship here, the Caledonia. This is not under sail, not going to go anywhere, but it's a floating oyster bar here in Eastie. Very cool place, very popular place this summer, I might add. Gotta really love oysters. Now right over here you see this big docking system here. You'll see 3 concrete blocks mixed in with the docking system. These are the remains of the old Penny Ferry landing, the longest running ferry in the nation, 1632 to 1951. And as the name would suggest, it cost a penny. The Penny Ferry. Looks like a bridesmaid got lost. Where's the party?
He's looking at me.
I think we just photobombed her wedding pictures. Wouldn't be the first time. Now take a look at these condos right along the waterfront here. Look at the rock retaining wall around it. I watched them actually build this land. This is the latest land construction here in Boston. About 8 years ago this land was getting built. And then of course once the land was built they put these condos on it as well. All brand new construction along the shoreline here. And only because the harbor is now so clean.
Yeah, give me some money on that. Yeah, I want some way around that. They're right.
I see a tall building coming up ahead. On the corner of East Boston says Live Eddie, Live Eddie, I don't know which, and I don't know who Eddie is. Eddie's obviously doing very well, though. That tall building, it sits on land formerly known as Noddle's Island. Noddle's Island is the original landmass that has now become East Boston. So from that tall building there all the way down to the other end of the airport, man-made land. All right, I see a seal right off the right, 3 o'clock. Right there in the water. 3 o'clock off the right-hand side of the boat. Is that a seal? Come on, that's a seal. He's looking right at me.
That's a cone. That's a cone swimming in the water.
Don't swim.
No, I'm thinking that.
Who's got binoculars? Is that a seal?
Down there. Not a seal.
No?
Not a seal.
All right, I got to get my eyes checked. Hey, but it was fun while it lasted, huh? Got you all excited, didn't I? That's a hard thing to do. All right, I don't want anyone to get confused. That's a sailboat. That is not a seal. Just want to be clear.
Have you seen any seals? Well, look, seal. I'm so loud.
Hey, I got one fish.
That's not how one. Literally freezing cold in this. That's salt one. Yeah, salt one.
It's actually just freezing cold.
Water. What? They get eaten by people. Yes, they do. And they even get eaten by kiloway.
Looks to me like there's some Canadian geese that got seriously lost. You know what they call Canadian geese in Canada? Cobra chickens. Yeah, cobra chickens, because they're really deadly. They'll come after you. Everyone else in Canada is friendly, but not the geese. Now, speaking of birds, you'll see some gulls up there on the pier. And you notice I use the word gulls, not seagulls. There's actually no such thing as a seagull. There are 35 different kinds of gulls. There's a herringback, there's a laughing gull, a grayback, blackback. Those are the three that you'll typically find in the Boston area. I think people call them seagulls because when you're out at sea, you see a gull, call it a seagull, right? That makes sense. Right? So that would be, these would be harbor gulls because we see them in the harbor, right? But I have a question. If we see a gull out in the bay, what do you call that one? Oh my God. Did you really say that? This is a little embarrassing.
Do I count another dollar? Or do I have to give you $1?
Why do we have to give a What are you eating? For my backpack.
Alright, so keep your eyes on the water here, because the tide is going out, and the tide's coming down up the river up ahead, up under that big green bridge. Anyone know the name of that river up ahead? Anybody know? Not the Charles. That's on the other side. What is this river here? Somebody yell it out loud. The Mystic River, very good. But the original name of this river was actually named by the Native Americans the Mistook River. So someone mistook the Mistook for the Mystic. It was a mistake. What are you going to do? So we call it the Mystic. And the bridge, of course, is the Mystic Tobin Bridge, named for the river it spans, and the governor that wanted the bridge to be built. Mystic Tobin Bridge, also known as the world's longest parking lot any weekday morning. This is primarily a land bridge. The Tobin Bridge, it's 2.5 miles long. It only spans 850 feet of water, but it's 2.5 miles long. And that officially makes it half a mile longer than the Golden Gate Bridge. Doesn't make it half a mile prettier, I'll give you that, but it's definitely longer. That's an official color green here, a trademarked color green here in Boston. Anybody know what color green this bridge is? I'll give you a clue. You'll never find this color green in New York. Ever. What color green is this? No, it's not dark green. It's more specific. Specific to Boston.
You gotta say the Celtic.
Celtic green's a good guess, but would be wrong.
Nope.
But you're on the right track, thinking sports. Fenway Green, right you are. I know that's what you were thinking. You were just looking for the words.
I couldn't get there.
Fenway Green. 24,000 gallons of paint. That bridge?
What? 24,000. Oh.
Ask me how I know that.
I know, right?
How old? 1950s. Yeah.
And to the right of the bridge, you'll see these oil containers, Boston's largest import, foreign oil. Foreign oil. And our largest export I refer to as last date material. So if you want this, whatever date you're on to be its last, just ask your date if they know what our largest export is here in Boston, and the answer, of course, would be scrap steel. And if that's what you have to talk about, it's probably going to be your last date. Hate to break it to you.
Alright, to get circle. Wait, we're going here? So we're going out. We're not looking in the... It's right there. Are we turning?
apasionada, pero tiende a apasionar, eso es lo que estoy tratando de decir. Largas que no. Cuando alguien te hace el mal, it's just oh yeah, actually, la psicología de la está bien, pues no. Pero aquí, digamos, casos tiene que ver todo. Ajá, a mí me gusta eso. Pero te lo hagan pensar. Se siente bien. Have you seen Street Fighter? Pero tú tienes
I've never even watched Gulls. Oh yeah. Are we going back? We're going back. Imagine this could turn to a submarine. Can you use cuando vienen a hacer a viajar, pero es más la experiencia. Sí. ¿A ti te importa más cómo la persona es contigo en la experiencia y a ti es la experiencia con la persona?
from Charlestown to Long Wharf? From East Boston to downtown? Ferry. There used to be. Used to be. Like 300 years there was. Yeah. Not anymore. The what? Take the bridge.